Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, March the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Screen fine, sound fine. Thank you, William. All right, first of all, before we get into some of the more specific stocks, the ones that are really moving today, in case you missed it, the trade of the week is Levi. L-E-V-I. Trade of the week is Levi, considered live at 24.25. So, I mean, it's a little bit above that right now. How you trade it will be up to you, but you can see right here that it's an all-time high right here. This was an IPO back here, kind of a interesting one in that it really didn't do anything for a long, long time. Had a nice few months though, and now we're at an all-time high for Levi, or very close to it. So how you trade it will be up to you guys. And of course, I can't go any further other than mentioning GameStop. Again, you're on your own. You want to trade this one. Great pop this morning, up 13%. Huge volume. And that is GameStop, GME. Now, eyes, after the pretty big pullback it had on Friday. So I had the news on Friday. You have to read that news. Obviously, a lot of enthusiasm about it. Got up to 991, but it sold way down here. Not quite cut in half, down to 582, but it is still alive. It's up 50%. So let's just see if it can take out Friday's high and keep going from there. ANCN, there's another big gap up. Is it still holding? Yeah, it is, 76%. ANCN, and I don't see any specific news for it. It's a bio. I don't see any specific news. Israeli stock. Just trying to see if I see. I just don't see anything about it. But it is huge. Look left. The next high looking left on the daily chart is around 676, and after that we had a day. When was this? This was back in a little over a month ago. In fact, about a month ago in February. Got all the way up to 1065. So let's see what happens today with ANCN. NETE, another one that has been super active in the past, up 26%. Inks, let's see, a strategic partnership with Nextech Battery. So this is an EV play, I guess. Yeah, not I guess. This is an EV play. EVs are kind of interesting today. XPEV actually had earnings this morning. And, so far so good. XPEV has earnings this morning. Released earnings this morning. So far so good. Q, now this was way up. I almost reluctantly added this to the list, but it's still, okay, now it's really starting to fade. This had a spike up to about $22. Again, I don't know if I can quite believe that. 27 million in the float. So, I mean, it's a low float, but it's not crazy low to account for something like this. But anyway, there it is, Q. And I don't see any specific news. They're going to present at the Cowen 41st Annual Health Seminar meeting, but I don't see any other specific news. Big gap down for CBD. Big gap down for CBD. And it's holding. Something about forward earnings, yield dropping, etc. But anyway, CBD, what a gap down. Brazilian stock. Last week's trade of the week, which had a good day and a half. VUZI is starting to move a little bit here. VUZI. There's the high on Friday. Let's see if it takes that out. I'm going to stick a price alert right there. Of course, most of these growth technology stocks have just been absolutely beaten up. Take a look at the Qs. We had a little rally on Friday at the end, but at one point, look at the Qs. It was down here, 297. We did rally at the end on Friday, but let's see. I mean, see what happens today with the overall market plus the Qs. OPGN is holding lots of volume. Okay, announces publication of final study results. So they did put out some news this morning. OPGN. This is a one that's really got hit hard this morning. Regulatory update. ANAB down 35%. Hopefully nobody was in this one. Cruising along, $30 on Friday. Almost cut in half at one point during pre-market. And it's a regulatory update, obviously not good. Another one that had a regulatory update was SLNO. And that's hammered down also, 38%. IMVT. Now this can be a wild one. IMVT. All right, well, this is still surging. And, it's not a super low float. Up 59% right now. Decent volume. 41 million in the float. And so the majority shareholder, Roivant, is evaluating buy offers, I guess. I guess that is the news for it. Trade of the week is Levi, as in the jeans maker, Levi. Trade of the week is Levi. Considered live at. I was asked a question, but I've also posted it up here. Okay, it's in the alert section. Just up here, the trade of the week is Levi. Suggested entry is 24.25, and the stop is a 10 SMA on the daily chart. So again, it's up to you how you trade it. I think it's typically 100 shares, William. Personally, I wouldn't even look at it. I wouldn't look at it like that. I wouldn't. That's not how I would track the AI. I'll show you how I would do it. Later on, LOTZ, guys. LOTZ is a nice move so far. And this is an IPO back here. Hasn't really done too well. And see what they've done is they had a press release this morning opening up in Nashville. So that caused a little bit of a flurry of excitement for LOTZ. And FSR, another one that has been beaten up like most of these growth stocks. Trying to come back a little bit here, up 8%. Eyes is making, boy, looks like it's going to challenge that high easily. I shouldn't say easily, but 989 it was the high, I believe, on Friday. 989, yes, 989. I mean, you can see if it takes out 989 and 10, I mean, there's really, let's see, right here, the monthly, yeah, I mean, there's really no resistance. 1460 on the monthly, 1416 on the monthly chart for eyes. And more than likely, let's take a look here. More than likely, that'll be the same sort of resistance. But it's definitely news driven. It's a carry forward from Friday's news. The only issue, of course, was the huge sell-off, but it has bounced right back. All right, what time is it? 9:13. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. See if there might be something a little interesting. And there are a ton of upgrades, hardly any downgrades. So let's just take a look. And oil, of course, energy plays are still hot. I think oil was over $70 a barrel. So energy is still hot. Well, tech is not, in general. Okay, just a few more upgrades to go. AMRX, I see has an upgrade from Goldman. Let's see any other, and IMO, so there's an oil stock. Of course, Imperial. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Let's take a look at AMRX, see if that upgrade by Goldman has affected it yet. A little bit, guys. And it's a cheap one too. AMRX upgraded by Goldman. Interesting. And here are the downgrades. Not that many. VUZI, guys, is on the way. All right, so we did have a downgrade from Goldman on VTRS. Let's take a look at what's happening with VTRS. Not much. So VTRS downgraded by Goldman and AMRX upgraded by Goldman. So where do I check? It's just it's from briefing.com. Okay, it's a free service. Briefing.com. They send it to me about 10 minutes after the mark, or 10 minutes, I'll get it right, 9:10, okay? 10 minutes after 9 to my email, so it makes it easy for me to do a check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. It's from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. Maybe keep an eye on this one. Those of you who like to play more expensive ones, now, you know, it's going to be Wild and Woolly, 13.9 million in the float. So it's very, very low float. Had an absolutely crazy day on Friday. If you look here, I think it released earnings, something. So after hours the day before, that would have been on Thursday, got up to 119. Market open, got all the way down to 80, popped all the way back up to over 100, and then slid. And now here we are. And that is FLGT. Now it's a very, very low float for a $90 stock, 14 million in the float. Very, very low float. SPY looks good. I thought it was down a little bit. Oh, a little bit. Okay, it's popping a little bit here. Okay, I hadn't really watched it. I saw. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I saw it was down this morning right here. A little bit of a rally. Again, you know, the whole market, most of the indices rallied late on Friday. Of course, the stimulus bill passing on the weekend. We'll just have to see what happens once the market opens. And PS, in case you're wondering, PS is up a little bit. Yeah, so this is, I think, the buyout offer has been increased a little bit. Well, William, I'm surprised you didn't know I had those for, I mean, that's what I've been using forever. All right, guys, let's tell you, what time is it? 9:19. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, okay? All right, I'm back. Yeah, so the next test drive probably is not going to be until May now. We are transitioning to a new, call it an accounting package, and we wanted it to be ready for the test drive, and we've had some hiccups, so we were hoping to do it in April, but more than likely now in May. Well, of course, there's all sorts of inflation concerns, things like that. So we'll have to see. I mean, the high growth stocks are just being, hit. The bond price is rising. Those high growth stocks are just being hit hard. That's why a stock like Levi, who knows? It might do well. I know it's the trade of the week. I don't expect this to double or anything in a week, like some of those other crazy high growth stocks. So it may just be one of those ones that just kind of chugs along nicely. I did see IJA, yes. Yeah, you're GME, good for you. And regional banks seem still pretty strong. Regional banks, let's take a look at, I don't know if it'll be strong today, but here's KBE and a lot of these little regional banks. Look at ACBI. I mean, I'm not saying right now, but I mean 27 shares, but look at the run it's been on, ACBI as an example. I mean, here's a stock, a couple of weeks ago, $19 stock at 23. Just been inching up and up and up. Lot of regional banks have looked like this. Okay, so I so far has rejected Friday's high. Almost got there. There's Friday's high right there, 989. And what did it get to this morning? Looks like it got to just around 965 or so. So we'll just have to see if it settles down a little bit and then just takes off. Need volume? I mean, look at the volume already, 48 million. What was the volume on that? Look at this volume, 739 million. Let's just do some math here. 739 million divided by, say, 6.2 equals. So that turned the float over 119 times. And it's already traded 49 million. Well, they didn't do a financing yet anyway. Well, that was the sound of water going down the wrong way. Whoa. Okay, 925. So let's take a look at, excuse me, I know I saw this XFI. I just don't really trust it. It was a gap up. I mean, it's still holding 6 million shares. I know they had a little bit of a press release, going into some other airports. But I guess I should have an open mind. I mean, if Xbox can somehow take out this area here, which is looks like the high right there is 214. You know, it's got some room. There's the 200-day moving average just above it, around 250. But I'll keep an open mind. It's not a low float, 92 million in the float. I saw some references to PVAC on Friday quite a bit. PVAC, yeah. Well, again, an energy play. Lots and lots of energy plays today, I'm sure. Now, it is 9:27. Just to let you know, you don't have to do the same thing. But I have reduced my moving higher with unusually strong options. Excuse me, I've reduced it to 300%, okay? So, you know, when I first started this, it was at 500. I moved it to 400. And I put a 300 beside it. I wanted to see what sort of, you know, what major difference it would make. I didn't want to get too many alerts, but of course we'll get them a little earlier at 300%. So that's what I've done. You don't have to do the same thing. So if you're wondering what I'm talking about, if you go into configure summary, it is now 300% of normal, okay? Again, you don't have to do that. All right, guys, we're going to open less than a minute, so let's have a great start to this trading week. See what happens. And if you want to follow my watch list up and down, now where is my watch list down? Okay, let's just load it. There we go. So if you want to follow, excuse me, you want to follow these, you have to click from the toolbar, new channel bar, and then my watch list, okay? There it is. Where are you? Right there, my watch list. And you'll have these three windows. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And we are now open. Okay, let's see what happens today. Just close down these. Excuse me, I didn't mention this CHPT. This was nice gap up in the morning pre-market. It's kind of falling a little bit here. SKLZ, the same sort of thing. So again, you know, I'm going to be following the gap up and reverses, depending on what the market does. See if this gap up, little gap up in the market holds. If it doesn't, we're going to see probably a lot of, you know, these gap up and reverse to start off with anyway. Yeah, Frank, so if you just go here, right click on the window and configure, click on the summary, and you see where it says yours will say 400 or 500. Just click on the icon and make the change. I've changed it to 300. Option volume today percent, okay? And then just save it. All right, guys, unstoppable right now, GameStop. I mean, you're on your own. You want to trade this one? This is unreal. You know, I mean, it's up now 16%. 16%. It's option, yeah, it's option volume today percent. Okay, percent. All right, we're starting to see some reversals here with that first red candle. Yeah, you know, it's funny. I was looking at some of the other ones. I did not see in the pre-market anyway. I mean, AMC is up, yes. The other, you know, the costs. I did not see them really following suit. I mean, they're up a little bit, but not as dramatic as GME. Foot Locker, Foot Locker. So retail, some of these retail stores, how is Levi doing right now? Did it hold or did it come back? So remember, this is the trade of the week. 24.25 is a suggested entry. I mean, you don't have to do it right away, but you know, that is the trade of the week. It's an all-time high right now. So look at XPEV, guys. XPEV gap up and reverse. Look at this. Now it would surprise me if it goes negative. Okay, OPGN. So it did hit a high in the pre-market around 270, pulled all. Again, I don't know if we can believe that bottoming tail, but let's just say it held two. It's starting to move, volume coming in. This will easily trade the float today, probably 2 or 3 times. Okay, so here's another. This is the theme right now, guys. The theme is gap up and reverse, just like the market's doing. Look at the SPY, gap up and reverse. Seeing a lot of stocks that are looking like that. This is another one that gapped up and reversed. IMVT. Typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. But XPEV, look at XPEV. This is going negative, guys. Other one, well, it's an AI alert. You probably know this, but ATH. Come ever mention this in the pre-market. Massive gap up for ATH. Now just giving it up. You're right. Yes, merging with Apollo. You're absolutely right. Another one that gapped up, starting to reverse. ORTX, also CHPT. You know, I just don't trust these ones right now, guys. Anything to do with EV, you know, these high growth stocks are just getting hammered. How are the Qs doing right now? Let's take a look. And the answer is, yeah, I mean, after a little gap up, but, starting to give it up. Here's one a little more expensive one. IP, not an all-time high. I'm not sure where I guess the resistance be right around here. IP, International Paper, IP. All right, so let's take a look. We have the Dow up, we have the Nas down, and the SPY down. So again, this little disconnect. Nas, typically not high growth stocks, but Nas certainly just still getting beaten up. And there goes OPGN. OPGN now taking out the high in the pre-market. Has maybe a little bit of room. It looks like there's some blockage right around 3. And guys, here's a bank. I think OLB is a bank. OLB, no it isn't. I'm sorry, it's not a bank. I thought it was Old Liberty Bank or something, but it's not. Yeah, so here's one. I mean, this the VUZI was gapping up and now has reversed VUZI. I'm just kind of biding my time, trying to get a sense of direction of what the market is going to do. So here's the one, Casper Sleep, CSPR, retail. A gap down and reverse a little bit anyway. CSPR. Kroger really ticked me off on Friday. Yeah. Wow, look at eyes now, guys. Man, oh man, what a blast through here. Look at that blast from 2-minute chart from 9 to like almost $1 in like a heartbeat. So it's through the highs on Friday now, and now this could go anywhere. I mean, the next high again, looking left on the monthly chart, is 1416. So okay, bingo is not an AI play, Dev. Not that I see anyway. And it just got halted. Yes, eyes just got halted. Now, McAfee, hard to say that name with a straight face, but anyway, McAfee, MCFE. Look at this. So they sort of relaunched themselves back here. MCFE. No, you're right. I mean, I expected this one to go negative. It may have just touched negative. Or flat, but look at the rebound now for XPEV. All right, this is a gap up and go, guys. So after the pullback here, NNDM, big gap up and go. So some of these stocks now, look at the bottoming tail in the 15-minute chart. Look at that bottoming tail. See how it corresponds to the SPY? Look at that bottoming tail on the SPY. Remember, this was red. This looked like we're going to have a red open. But we've now, as we speak anyway, this is now green. This opening 15-minute candle, another 3 minutes for it to close. Big bottoming tail. A lot of charts will look like this with the big bottoming tails, kind of mirroring what the SPY is. So look at this, like this is a gap. So you got to be careful. I mean, gap down and reverse, the gap down and reversed, SOL. Look at the bottoming tail. Look at the SPY bottoming tail. A lot of these stocks are mirroring, what the SPY is doing. Trader of the week is Levi, Goddess Trader, LEVI. Considered live. It is at 24.25. So it's a little bit above that. It did actually pop down on that opening 15 minute, or the opening 15. So it's a little bit above the suggested entry, 24.25, a little bit above it. Okay, just a moment, please. Oh, remember I was telling you about this FLGT pre-market? Well, I mean, look at this. Look at this, down to from 86 to 97, just like that. So we're getting a lot of bounces in the market. Looking just like the SPY. All right, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. So let's see what might happen. Not saying we're going to get anything at 9:45, but I'm talking about my watch list up and down. Nothing in the options plays yet. Okay, is it possible that you have the toggle? You toggle it off accidentally? So, Si, if you look in between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, pause, there's a sound toggle. All right, you may have accidentally clicked on that, and that's going to halt all sounds. Okay, just check that. If that's not the case, then I don't know how to help you. If that is not toggled off, then you might have to go to our tech support. Not much more I can do. And I don't mean tech. I know you're in tech support in this room, but I'm talking about more official. Might be something on your computer. It's, okay, guys, eyes just opened. Eyes just opened. For a big pop. Look at this. I'm rooting for this company. I said this before. If they can do what they're trying to do. Okay, guys, one moment, please. Man, oh man, this okay. Look at GE now, gap up and reverse. So, what are the Qs doing? Are the and this is really interesting. So, growth stocks again, firing away. Old school stocks moving down. Not saying this is the you know, every single old school stock. But there's GE, huge float, moving down. The tech stocks are trying to rally. I mean, this eyes, yeah. I mean, again, look left. The next area could be 1416. So that's a couple of dollars away. Just look left on that monthly chart. And meanwhile, IMVT, somebody said they were short, nice short. All right, well, a whole raft of them came in my watch list. Let's see if anything's of interest here. OPTT, I forgot to mention OPTT. OPTT actually was an earnings play Friday afternoon once the market closed. Very few companies release earnings after hours on a Friday, but I guess these guys did. Okay, now this one, HKIB. I remember seeing this one on Friday, had a huge pop up. It just got halted. HKIB. I don't think I'd seen this one before. Hong Kong company. And it just got halted. The high on Friday was, looks like 781. Ah, okay, good. Okay. That's the easy fix side. All right, Zixi guys, ZYXI on the move. And what do we have here? So 1618, the 200-day moving average is 738. That is far enough away. That's about $1 away. Take a look left, and the high is 1620, so it's a little bit above that high of about 6 or 7 days ago. So this has some room, guys. ZYXI, don't know if it has any. They've announced a $10 million buyback, share buyback program. Only 19 million in the float, so it's a low float. And that is ZYXI. Excuse me. Now let's take a look at this next. There's the next 15-minute candle for the SPY. It's starting to turn red here. Let's see if this actually holds red or if it's going to do the same thing that the previous one did. Give us a nice big bottoming tail and then a pop up. It's pretty impressive with the eyes, guys, especially after the sell-off on Friday, okay? I mean, yeah, it was still up a huge percentage. But there was a big sell-off at the end of the day. You can just see what happened here. There's Friday's action. And you got all the way up here, and then it just really sold off right here. And was, after hours, a little bit more. This is the pre-market today, and boom. Well, I don't know how much further this one can go down. CBD just got absolutely thumped. I mean, look at this. At $17 on Friday, and now $4. I mean, it's something to do with fulfillment. I was trying to read this press release. I didn't quite get it. Forward earnings, yield drop, etc., etc. Wow. Well, guys, we're coming into that, in theory, the first resistance area, and it was taken out like nothing. I'm talking about eyes, 1416. Looking left, 1416. We're at 1431 now. So the next area, you would think there might be some more resistance here, which is around the 15 area. But of course, that's what we might have thought on Friday in this area right here, that $7 level, and it just burst right through. I don't know if that's a rhetorical question, Bill, or I mean, again, I'm just explaining here. This could be the resistance area. I mean, if it pops through that, but listen, I mean, it's a great press release on Friday. Big, big, big follow through. You might be, okay, I just want to make sure. Somebody said they have an alert for bingo from the AI today, BNGO. I do not have that. And I just want to make sure that that is correct. No bingo, yeah. I think, Deb, I don't even know if bingo was an alert on Friday. Did you not close it down? You have to refresh the AI every morning, or Trade Ideas every morning. Okay, so bingo is not an alert today, okay? Not from the AI anyway. Okay, net element, big area for it to try to take out. I mean, right there, 1255, it's at 1220. You can see we've got a high here at 1220, 1250, sorry. 1249, 1240. If it can somehow take out maybe that 1255 mark, then it's got a real shot to get into this area. Yeah, it's definitely not an AI alert today, BNGO. Yeah, so the inked strategic partnership with Next Tech, that is the news today for, so this is an EV play. This old bank, Deutsche Bank on the move. DB, big float, 1.8 million in the float. Still no options alerts. Not for me anyway. BCC, look at this one. So lumber, what's LL doing? Not bad. LL, not bad. It's got some room. Not very much volume though. All right, this is a gap up and reverse, VERU. Look at the market. So it's following the market. Okay, VERU, gap up and reverse. The lows in the pre-market were just around 12. Yeah, so now eyes is halted on the way down. I don't think so, Sam, but okay, I know what you're saying. Well, this one is just ripping here. Another halt for HKIB. I think it's the first time I saw this was on Friday. HKIB. Look at the volume, 3 million. Okay, ANCN, guys. This was huge in the pre-market. It dropped somewhat, got all the way down to 494. It is popping, and it's right at the pre-market high. 669 is the pre-market high. I mean, look left. This got room. And what was the news on this one? I don't see any specific news for ANCN. You know, it's a bio. All right, there's Net Element. Net Element, NETE. Really interesting level to try to take out this 1250. All right, now this one, where is support for GRFS? This is a gap down and continuing down. And if you look left, the low is 15.18. This, you know what? I mean, this takes out 15. We had a spike down to 13 here. So I'd be watching this on a 15 break, GRFS. Still nothing from the options. It's a merger from last month. Okay, thank you. All right, so what is this market going to do now? So we had that big red bar. We had the green bar with the big bottoming tail. First 15-minute candle. Next candle is red. If this is red and takes out the low here, look out. You know, we're going to see probably a lot of gap up and reverses continuing down. Okay, so this looks like this was halted. Okay, so this was now halted on the way down. HKIB halted on the way down. It resumed, popped up, now halted on the way down, HKIB. All right, guys, OPGN on the move, really on the move now. Look at this, it's through 3. The next high is looking left around 320-ish or so. I mean, if it can get through even 336, I mean, look at this gap way up here, 440. And again, they only announced its publication of final study results, so that is the news. Eyes on the move again, guys, after that pullback. Eyes on the move after that pullback. All the way down here to, that's a big pullback. I mean, you know, we had a stock at 1486. It gets all the way down to 1186. That's what we're going to have when you have a low float like this, 6.2 million in the float. Look at this. It's traded already 116 million shares. I mean, this has a chance to actually outdo what it did on Friday. In terms of the number of shares, I think it was 700 million shares or so. Oh man, I mean, look at this now. So XPAV is now looking like it wants to go negative again. Very whippy. Starting to see a lot of stocks that are doing this. I mean, they're following the SPY. You know, the SPY popped up, moved up. Now the SPY is moving down. This is moving down. It's also an earnings play, so it's going to somewhat trade on its own. All right, now Q is now a huge gap up. I don't know if I can believe that it actually might have been just an outlier, but it looks like, you know, $22. Really falling now, Q. It's only up 3%. It's a pretty low float, 27 million in the float. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, so there was the alert for my watch list at 315, or not at 315, the price was 315. OPTT 335 now. Look at this move now. 343 is the next high looking left. If it can take that out, then it's got a shot to get into that 4 level. You cannot resize the axis, okay? You're talking about the y-axis, you cannot do that. Okay, I'm trying to keep my eye on LOTZ to see if this holds, this $8 level holds. So notice it's basing pretty nicely at $8. And what did it get up to? Got up to $8.51 in the pre-market. Okay, OPGN continues its move here. So what do we have here? OPGN 296 on the alert. I'm just checking some of the ones from my watch list. 1135. What did it get up to? 1486. Net Element 1180. Wow, I mean the watch list has really performed this morning. IR, I put this in here. Don't usually put it in the more expensive stocks. And then OPGN, of course. Weight Watchers has been on the move here. Again, I don't usually put stocks in over $25. I thought I wanted to put Weight Watchers just to see if it had, more continuation. And then again, the ANCN 611 and got up to, so the watch list has really performed well this morning. You got to be quick. No, I don't anticipate that most of the things from the watch list probably will not trend for the whole day. Especially, this market's tough to. It's tough, it's tough to get a real grasp of what's happening here. So there's that second red candle. So now we have the third 15-minute candle. Looks like it's going to be green. If it takes out the highs, then we might have just a nice little run. Well, you just have to look left, okay? So the next... So if you look left on OPTT, the next high is 343. Okay, that's on the daily chart. Now it tried, got up to 340. So that would be the next little area to try to get through. If it can get through that, then you've got, a bunch of resistance around 4. I don't understand what you mean, Jeremy. You want to reduce the stop loss. You can get out of the trade anytime you want. If you're talking about auto trading, the stop is the stop. That is automatically set. You don't have to, of course, adhere to it completely. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, well, maybe you have to have another time frame open. Which stock are you talking about as an example? Here's my stop for, I see ATHI, JCI. Here it is up here. Maybe I don't know exactly what you mean. I can see the stops. But you can't, if you're auto trading, you can't reduce it. The stop is the stop. If you're auto trading. Thoughts on Rave? Haven't seen Rave for a long time. Well, it's up. Yeah, it's up 15%. It's got a lot of resistance, in my opinion, right around here to have to get through. So it's right in a resistance area. Maybe have a monthly chart up though, Jeremy. I'm sure on a monthly chart you would be able to see the stop. Yeah, shoot. Well, eyes is now halted on the way down again. So this is sort of mirroring a little bit what it did on Friday. Though on Friday it took until 12:30 before it started its descent. Look what it did on Friday. Basically almost straight up. It had a pause here until 12:30 and then that's when it started to give it up. We're starting to give it up a lot earlier today. Well, I don't know if it's done, for good, forever, or not forever, but today. But I mean, it's a pretty big pullback. $15 down to 11.40. Okay, another halt here. Resuming HKIB. So, boy, this has been all over the place. So, got halted on the way down, got halted on the way up, and now it's halted. It just resumed, and now it dropped. So, you got to be awfully careful. Hard to judge where this is going. Oh, I see. Okay, Jeremy. I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but you're not talking about the AI alerts then, I guess. Okay. All right, so this one was another high flyer on Thursday. Look at SLGG, the Super Gaming. Okay, 918. Boy, I mean, if it takes out 5, it's got a low here of 481. It has some room to drop, and that is SLGG. No, it is not possible to. We don't have EMAs at all, Joseph. So it is not possible. You're probably talking about the 8 EMA and 20 SMA. We can kind of do the SMA crossovers. When I say kind of, okay, here's like the 5, 8, all SMA, all sorts of different times. Problem is that it waits for a confirmation. So sometimes, it'll look like you get a bit of a late alert. No, well, we don't have EMAs at all, Joseph. So we have price breaks of the 50, I think the 20, 50, and 200, but not crossovers, not alerts. All right, ORTX. Boy, look at this one. This is a gap up and go. And looking left, 803, 796. This got a little bit of room to 855. If you look left on the daily chart, that's the next high looking left. Has a little bit of room. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be, of course. This looks really interesting. ORTX. It's on the way. Trying to see if there's any news on it. Goldman Sachs maintains as a buy ORTX. Yeah, so I don't think I saw that one this morning as an upgrade from Goldman. No. Aha. Okay, we have an options play now. All right, guys, so NLOC is an options play. Okay, it came in, but take a look here. Look how much resistance there is, not that far away. It's not, I mean, listen, it could blast right through this 2150 mark. I just wish this weren't here. It is through the 200-day moving average. But I just don't like this. I mean, it may get right through it, like nothing. But I'm talking about the NLOC. Because obviously if it can do that, then it has a shot to get to 22. It doesn't really have a ton of room though. I mean, if it gets stalled right there at 2150, that's not a huge move. Yeah, I changed it. I mentioned this in the pre-market. 300. I changed it all to 300%. Okay, everything down to 300%. You don't have to do the same thing, but I changed it to 300% now instead of 4. You might have had it at 4. I had the 300%. I was running it for a couple of weeks side by side just to see what sort of alerts we got. I didn't want to get a lot of alerts. I wasn't getting a lot. So obviously we can start to see, the ones that we really want to see a little bit earlier. So that's what I did. Boy, this FLGT, if you had the stomach with this low float, but look at this FLGT. I wonder if it'll take out 100 again. Yeah, we do have that one, but if you'll notice, like you can do what you want, JB, but I upped the contracts and I added some other filters. Okay, so it's not the same as the 300% that's in the options play magic. I upped the contracts to 2,000 minimum. I up a count. I think we had a count of 30 or something like that. So I did actually add some filters and increase filter values. Okay. All right, so there's the ORTX now above that little level, ORTX. So next high looking left is 855. And there's FLGT, excuse me, over 100 now. Again, I'm pointing this out. Some of you like to play the more expensive ones. I mean, this will have, big moves with 13.9 million in the float. It'll have huge, it's already had a huge move from 85 to 100. Now, guys, I could be completely wrong about this end lock, but to me, it just looks like it could really stall around 2150. Well, you can try it, Luke. Yeah, it's up to you. There's no magic about 300. The problem is that you might get too many. But you can try it. All right, just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I just have to make a change to my headset. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, please. Okay, I'm having some Bluetooth issues with my headset. So just give me a moment, okay? All right, I'm back. Oh, guys, okay. Impressive by the SPY right now. Very impressive. Look at this. Look at this move now by the SPY breaking out. So we should see, you know, some good, nice gap up and goes now. Okay, guys, I will be right back. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, sorry about that, guys. Meanwhile, yes, OPGN. So let's take a look at my watch list. Let's see what's happened from some of them. This is the repeating version for those of you who don't know. So what I mean by repeating is that we had an alert for OPGN at 9:46. The price was 296. That's the first time we had the alert. And the repeating version will show you the new highs as they keep being made. So, you know, we're almost $1 from that. And I do put a delay, you know, a 15-minute delay on purpose. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Doesn't mean you have to. I mean, you're going to see OPGN right, you know, almost at 9:30, more than likely. 9:31. You know, if you want to take the trades early, you know, it's up to you. Okay, so if you're first time, in fact, it's almost time for me to do my little spiel about trade ideas. So the first thing I'm going to do for you, MTA, is if you haven't already looked at this, is the 20 short lessons, all right? This will really help, I think. Before you do anything else, I would take a look at these 20 short lessons. And it goes over all of the basic features of trade ideas, alert windows, top list windows, etc., okay? So, okay, well, then that'll get you started. Okay, do you have our premium service or just standard? You have the premium service? Okay, I'm going to go over the AI in a little bit. But first of all, just want a big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. Okay? Now, what I want to do is just get a link to my home page. My home page, not the Trade Ideas home page. Okay, just a minute. That's probably, so disregard, okay, I'm talking in the YouTube feed. Okay. Give me a moment, please. Okay, there's a link in the YouTube room. There's a link to my homepage. So for those of you in the main trading room, if you find my homepage, the tab should be up near the top. If you scroll up, you should see my homepage. There, you click on that. Here is a link to my homepage. When you click on the link to my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, Barry 4 Alpha is a promo code you can use. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you'll see. We have 4 plans. Okay, so we have 4 plans. We have the annual and monthly for premium and standard, $22.68 a year on an annual basis for a premium service, minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That is the main reason why people want to check out our premium service. And there are some other differences, but that is the main reason why people will take our premium service. You don't have to go annually. If you want to go monthly, no problem. Standard, premium, $118, $228 a month. You can apply that discount, the 15% discount, to the first month only, okay? Common question, hey, I had a discount for the first month. Why am I being charged full price? Well, again, the discount's only good for the first month if you go on a monthly basis. More information from my homepage, the Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week is this week. It's Levi. What is it doing? Not bad. The trigger was 24.25. It's at 24.60 right now. So that is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it. It's a free service. I do a recap video right here. It's another free service. Probably my most popular link here, all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, if you click here, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Now I did make a change to one of my favorite scans is the unusually strong option scan. I did make a change. I dropped the percent, the option volume percent. You don't have to do the same thing, to 300% instead of, well, I think here it says 500. Okay, so I dropped it to 300%. But a lot of other scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. What you see on the screen here, the monitor that I'm sharing, that is that layout. So you can click here and you'll get my layout. And education. This is a big education link right here. So again, the 20 lessons in 20 days. Really recommend that if you're brand new, you take give yourself, take some time to learn the program, just the basic features of the program. Just a minute. want to get those in here again so that, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that it was actually getting in. Okay, and also in the YouTube feed, the 20 short lessons, okay? So when you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. Take the lessons, literally right from the beginning, downloading trade ideas, the channel bar, what is a top list, building one, an alert window. Again, all of the basic features. If you don't have trade ideas, you can also click on that link and you can see again what some of the basic features that we have to offer are. Okay, now I want to go over, I'm going to go over the AI, I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus. But first, I just want to talk a little bit in general because there are new people coming into the room and they don't have trade ideas and wondering what trade ideas is. So I'd like to just take a little bit of time to explain what trade ideas is. We're a scanner. That's what we are. Okay. Common question is, well, I have this broker. Can I use trade ideas with this broker? You can use trade ideas with any broker you want. We are a scanner. Now, I'm going to explain we do have special arrangement with some with a broker, but you know what? You don't have to, any broker you have, you can use trade ideas. And so as I say, we are a scanner. So this is a scan that I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. If you right click on configure, you'll see what I've done here. This is what I like to see. You don't have to, I'm sharing this, but if you want to make a change, I like to see stocks between 1 and 20, but you can always make a change if you have a different price range you want. If you have a different minimum volume that you want, of course, you're welcome to make changes. But this is what I like to see. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements, 1 in 20, 400,000 shares, etc., and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why, OPGN is triggering in this window. It's making a new high after new high after new high. It's pulled back now, but that is why. So it's a real-time alert. So with trade ideas, you do not have to know a programming language. What we did is we created a lot of different alerts and filters. Here are all the alerts. Obviously, I'm not going to go over them all. Lots of different alerts, and when you see this icon, these are the filters. I would say for the most part, for probably 98% of our customers, this combination of alerts and filters you can create probably will give you, the sort of ideas that you're looking for. And that's what I'm saying. If you watch just take a look at the 20 short lessons. It's going to show you how you can create your own alert windows and top list windows. Now, we have something called the AI. So this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 20. I think we have about 75 baseline strategies, what we call baseline strategies. So once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine on those baseline strategies. So that's what happened Friday afternoon once the market closed. Of all the strategies, these are the strategies that made the cut. All right. Why they made the cut? Typically, it's a win percentage and profit factor, a combination. There are other things that come into play, but I wouldn't waste too much time on why strategies make the cut or the differentiation between Holy Grail, Neo, and 2.0. Okay, I just wouldn't waste too much time on all that. What I would do is this: if you have the premium service, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. If you do that, this is the window that you will see. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. We don't have any alerts pre-market or after hours. So nothing happens until at least 9:35. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:35. It just happens that we did get one today. But these are the alerts that have happened so far. You have an entry. You have a stop, and then it's up to you to manage the trade. You don't have to take it right. Here's one that just came in. Okay, a real-time alert. You don't have to take it right at the time. You can, you can sort of see how it's trading, but it's basically up to you to manage the trades. We don't have there's no video on how to use the AI. That's all I would do though, is just have this window up. And I would also then incorporate this as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every morning. Just incorporate this window as part of your layout and just wait for the alerts to happen. So that is the AI. All right, something again is off here. Don't know why it's not taking this. I'm going to explain what I'm talking about, but okay. This window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. So what is Brokerage Plus? Well, if you happen to have an interactive broker's account, I'm going to drop a link in. It's a video. It's about a 25-minute video. I'm going to pop the link in here. Okay, so there's a video. It's called B Plus Connections. Okay, so disregard E-Trade and TDA. We're relatively close. Don't ask me when to E-Trade. TD Ameritrade is way down. I have no idea when that's going to happen. Major issues with our trying to get that resolved. So, but right now, if you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window called Brokerage Plus, and this is only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, this Brokerage Plus window is not available. So watch that video and you'll see then how you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas. You'll click on live, you'll connect to your interactive broker's account, and then you can actually use this window to trade. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, some interesting things. Let's just say I click on ICPT. All right, I like the way it looks. I'm checking the charts. I like what I see. Market's moving higher. Maybe this will move higher. I go back to ICPT, right click, hover over trade. Notice these buying and shorting options appear. And why did they appear? Well, if you watch that video, it'll show you how you can create your own. So I did make the change. And I don't know why it's not coming in. That's why I just checked it. So you can create your own buying and shorting options, okay? This is what we call one-click trading. So again, you take a look, you like what you see, you pick the way you want to trade it, and it's what we call one-click trading. One-click buying or one-click shorting. So that is one reason, okay, why you might want to try using Brokerage Plus if you happen to have an interactive broker's account. These are hotkeys. This will get you flattened, will get you out of a trade. This gets you out of half your trade, and this doubles your trade. Okay, I got to make sure this is on. Again, I'm just going to make sure I know what you're saying. I go to the alert window. It is there. 300%. Yep. I don't know why it's not taking it. I can't believe that at the time of the alert it was 15 cents outside. Give me a moment here. Okay, guys, the next one, and just to let you know, MBI is the next one, and this is, I call this a small financial. I mean, it's an insurer. MBI is the next one in the options place. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up. I'm going to explain what I'm talking about here. Well, guys, I guess I was somewhat wrong. Remember, I was thinking that this might stall it. It might still stall it. I mean, there's N-lock. It is moved from 2117 up to 2154. You know, I didn't love this play because I thought maybe this would stall it. We'll see what happens. And what I'm talking about is the moving higher with unusually strong options. One of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, ORTX is starting to move again. All right, so that covers, I mean, watch that video. It'll show you how you can set up using this Brokerage Plus window to trade your interactive brokerage account. Now, the other huge reason to use this is if you're new to trading, okay? You can use this as a simulator. You click on Sim, and that puts you into simulation mode. I'm on a development version, so this is why I'm seeing this here. You won't see this, but it puts you in simulated mode and paper trading mode. So again, can't emphasize enough, if you're new to trading, don't commit money to the market until you've practiced trading. It's really simple to do. When you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. Notice I click on ANCM, the symbol shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at, okay? So the way I like to demonstrate this to begin though, a lot of people like to take pullback trades. Give me a moment here. Same sort of thing, look at the MBI. I mean, I love this if this weren't all here. This 950 area looks like it could really stall it. Guys, I mean, I'll mention this one. You're on your own trading this one. The GME. I mean, it got all the way down to 145 and now it's popped up almost $20. So, obviously this is one that a lot of people are looking at. Okay, but now listen, this might pop right through this. I mean, I was a little bit wrong on the N-lock. Yeah, something, you see, edit the trading strategy. Let me see something here. That's what happened. Somehow that got changed. I don't remember ever changing that. That's why. Okay, at least I know. Give me a moment, please, here. All right, guys, so I want to get back to showing you how you can use the simulator for, say, a pullback trade. Okay, I know a lot of people like to do that, so I like to always demonstrate that. All right, let's say you wanted to take Viru. You don't want to take it right now. It's at the day's high. Let's say you wanted to take it if it pulled back to, say, 1272, the low of that 15-minute candle. Okay, so you pick how many shares you would want to do. Let's do 300 shares. And again, the low of that candle, you want to take the trade if it pulls back. I'm not saying this is absolutely what you want to do. I'm just demonstrating how you can do something like that. So I'm going to put 1272 in both. Okay, I'm going to click on the buy and watch what happens. See that nice big blue line appears on the chart. So if VERU goes down to 1272, it'll take the trade. So that would be taking a trade on a pullback. If you had wanted to do it kind of in the reverse a reverse idea. In other words, say above the current price, there might have been a resistance area, so that if it popped through that resistance area, you'd like to take the trade, all you'd have to do is then put those two prices above the current price, click that buy button, and you would see it. You know, that blue line. Okay? So that's how you can, I'm just going to leave it in here, see if it takes the trade later on. Now let's take a trade. Because in taking a trade, well, look at that. I'm talking about this one. Look at this FLGT. Wow. What a move. Look at that move off 85, $20. You know, this is like a GME type stock, you know, with the sort of moves it has. All right, I want to take a trade, see if the one that makes a little bit of sense. Because I want to talk about the importance of, you know, knowing that if the trade doesn't work, you have to have a price where you're getting out of the stock. Unfortunately, not all trades work, so you have to have what we call a stop loss, where you're going to get out and move on, okay? And when you know where your stop loss is, where the price is, of course you know where you're going to get in, that is going to help you size. Size meaning how many shares you will take. Don't start off by thinking, well, I'm going to take 500 shares every trade, 100 shares every trade. There is a sort of a bit of a very simple mathematical formula that where you know where your entry is and you know what stop price is, what your stop price is, that'll determine how many shares you take. Let's just say we wanted to take XP, this one, okay? This XSPA, XSPA. Let's just say we wanted to take this trade. Wow, this MBI turned out to be sensational. No issue whatsoever. Look at that MBI right here. I mean, it just powered right through. So, you know, I'm a little more conservative, but look at that, 909, 962, NLOC, 2117, 2154, and the comms, which I'm very interested in. You know, it's got a little bit of resistance at 322, but based on what the other ones are doing, they could just power right through. Wow. Well, guys, you're seeing, if you're new to the room, you're seeing this. This is my favorite scan. And now this is the don't repeat version. That's why I have DR there, just so I can see the very first time we had the alert. You know, I can see the time, I can see the price. And then this is the repeating version of it. Every time the stock makes a new high, I'll have an alert. Nothing to do. No, this is just zeroing in, finding stocks that are having abnormal option activity today. Okay, we're not trading the options. It's just stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So, you know, my example is that if a stock normally trades 2,000 contracts a day, say over the last 10 days, the filter that I have here, 300%, means that stock will have to trade 6,000 today, 6,000 contracts a day before I would see it. Okay, so it's not trading the options, it's just showing stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Sometimes that can help. I know there are some option traders in the room. Sometimes that can help you trade the actual options itself. I can't verify that because I don't trade options. Levi, guys. Levi is actually doing very well. Levi is the trade of the week, 24.25. He had opportunity to get it, down, well, actually even below the price. It dipped down below the suggested entry, came right back up. So this is working out very nicely. It's an all-time high for Levi. Big, nice action for the SPY though. Let's take a look. So the Dow's up big, SPY's up, and even NAS is, it's up, but it's not up much. Okay, I'm just trying to take a trade here, guys. Just want to show you how you can put stops and all that sort of stuff. I cannot believe I did not take the MBI, guys. Flat out say I did not take it. Obviously, I should have. I thought this might hold it up a little too much. This area right here, obviously, it did not. So I'm gonna wait a little bit on the COM, see if it gets back over 3. Okay, I'm going to take this trade. I'm going to show you. Okay, I'm going to take this trade in the simulator. Okay, I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500. I want to make this math really easy. And I'll buy at the market. I mean, it's a 4-cent spread. It's not terrible. Okay, I'm going to put it I'm going to put it at 289 my stop. I mean, really should be around 286. You look at that 2-minute chart. All I'm trying to do though is make this math a little easy. Okay, I'll explain what I'm talking about. So now I'm going to add the stop order 289. Okay, so that is a 10-cent stop. 299 is my entry. And my stop, it's got to show it over here. Okay, I'm going to just reduce this a little bit here. There we go. So there's my stop, 289. My entry was 299, okay? So I have a 10-cent stop. So what that means is, and again, when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're getting out. Okay, they're not all going to work. Okay, you have to manage your. This is all to do with risk management. So with a 10-cent stop, let's just say for argument's sake, you can risk $100 on the trade, based on your account size. Obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say based on your account size, you can risk $100 on the trade. You have a 10-cent stop. Some fairly simple math. If you divided 10 cents into $100, you could have taken $1,000 or 1,000 shares on that trade. And because if you just do the reverse, 1,000 shares times 10 cents, if you get stopped out for a 10-cent loss, equals $100. Okay? So just get used to that idea that you're going to have a stop. You have to, before you get into the trade, you have to know where you're going to get out. And the thing is, you might say, well, how do I know where that stop is? That'll come with experience. That's why we want you to practice using the simulator for, until you get that experience of knowing where you can put stops. You can see right there, look at that 2-minute chart. It looks like there's pretty good support right here at 286. If it broke down through 286, you should be out of the trade. Now, I put this at 289 just to make the math very simple, a 10-cent stop. Okay, but I had to put it at 286 with a 299. I would have divided 13 cents then into $100 to get something less than 1,000 shares. I just wanted to make the math easy. And now, here's the other deal. So if you're listening to me and you're thinking, okay, I get the concept. of putting a stop. I get the concept that that'll help me share size. The next concept is obeying it. Okay, so you get into a trade and you really think this should work. The trade should work. You've heard great things. The setup was excellent, and all of a sudden you start having these uh-oh moments. Uh-oh, it's starting to go down to my stop. I better reduce my stop. Move it down a bit because, I think this is really going to work. Maybe I put my stop too tight. So you start reducing your stop. So now, the $100 manageable risk starts turning into 200. You start moving it down more as it approaches that 200, on and on and on. And then eventually, maybe it's down to 500, and you throw your hands up and you say, oh my gosh, I got to get out of this trade. So instead of that nice $100 manageable loss, you are now down $500, only because you would not obey your stop. So this takes all the emotion out of it. You just leave that stop line in here. It hits your stop. You get taken out of the trade. You move on. One of the things we say all the time is that your setup may have been right. It just might have been early. Great setup, even if you thought it was your primo A1 setup. Sometimes they just don't work. Not every setup is 100%. But it may come back to your setup, to your original area that you wanted to get back in. You get stopped out. It might come right back up to it. And so you have a second chance to get into the trade. Okay? But you just have to get into the idea of obeying your stop. You don't want to ruin your account because you just won't obey your stop. You get stubborn, egotistical, all sorts of words I can throw at you because, all sorts of reasons. And you'll do it. I guarantee you're going to do it. Hopefully, though, you'll do it when you're practicing and you'll see how that works. Okay? Now, the worst thing that can happen is not obeying your stop. You start moving it down and then the stock bounces on you. And you say to yourself, see, I knew my stop was too tight because look how it bounced and now I'm making money. It can happen. Of course it can happen. But I'm just telling you out of experience that if you don't obey your stop over and over and over again, you might get lucky a few times. It might bounce for you. But if you don't obey your stop, it's just not effective money management. Okay, so now let's take a look at some of the alerts now. Let's see that. Okay, COMS, I'm just waiting to see if I can get back over 3. Okay, so you can kind of see what I was looking at with the end lock, okay? Yeah, it got a little bit above. I mean, it would have been awesome. You take the trade at 21.17, and it did get up to, 21.62. That's a great percentage move. I was just a little worried this area would stall it. And it's not so much, listen, if I thought it would get right up there, sure, I would take the trade. But I look at these areas and thinking, other traders are looking at this too, so it may stall before it gets there, okay? You knew it was going to stall right at these areas, fine. The same with the MBI. Look at the MBI. It hasn't really stalled. It got through this area right there like nothing. I thought it would hold it up a lot more. That's a fair amount of resistance on a weekly chart. Guys, I'll show you the chart. GME. Big move. The high a couple of weeks ago was 184. Again, this is not a recommendation. I'm just pointing it out. Yeah, I want to see if it gets back over 3. I'm thinking, but for all the reasons why I didn't get into the other two, they're here too. But because if I look left, the next high is 322. Well, I'm not saying I think it's not a bad level. I mean, we had the alert at 3, so that was where we had the alert, but and it popped up a little bit, but certainly nothing fantastic. Okay, guys. Well, here is the other one that kind of used to trade a little bit like GME, kind of lagging, super low float. Just to draw your attention to it, there's KOSS, highly risky, very risky, especially with that float. All right, better put my alert for comms. Make sure I do have my price alert for comms. Yeah, I guess I do right there. Okay, so I want to see if it gets up to back over 3. What's the float like? Yeah, it's a low float, 20 million in the float. Yeah, you might want to keep an eye on POLA, Pola. This is another, let's see, the next high, 1220, 1091. So it's over 11. The next high looking left is 1220. Severe rippage. Let's get it right here. Severe rippage, GME guys. Again, I'm not going to tell anybody how to trade this. You have to trade it on your own. Yeah, look at the volume, 14. Well, it's only 14 million. I thought it would be about 100 million by now. I'll let you do it. All right, guys. Well, again, this used to really trade in tandem to GME, and there it goes. Very low float, 2 million in the float. AMC is moving a little bit. I mean, it is moving. Okay, so Alan, if you see a buy flag, that just means all that means is it was a previous AI alert. Okay, that's all it means. If you have our premium service and you have the AI, but so if you see a buy flag, on a daily chart or a weekly chart or a monthly chart, that just means it was a well, how do you get? Well, you should have this window open. Number one, okay, the strategy trades all, okay, file. Sorry, file new from our toolbar, new, and then this AI/Holly strategy trades window, and this is your window. These are the AI alerts today. So tomorrow, for instance, if you looked at ATH and you saw it on a daily chart or a monthly chart or weekly chart, you would see that buy flag because it was an AI alert. Previous, okay? So you can kind of, there, for instance, here was a buy alert for ORTX on that day. You can hover over it. You can see what happened. The excuse me, the entry was 782. 782. It exited at 838, and it actually later on, had you held it a couple of days, it got up to 9. Big pullback, and now here it is. So this is just showing you. No, it's no advanced class. It's it's not a class at all. It's just showing you where the alerts were before. This is, there's no AI, there's no video on how to use this. This is be up to you. You get this is a real time. You get a real time alert. You don't have to take the trade, the penny of, and here's your stop. How you manage these trades is up to you. Oh man, oh man, oh man. If you have the gap continuation, that's what it's saying over and over and over again for the costs, KOSS. I'm with you, Ija. Just don't talk about it too much. I have to bring it to everybody's attention, of course, the GME. But as I say, the reason I don't talk about it incessantly is because, I cannot give advice on how to trade this. This is, it can be awfully, whippy, of course. There's a lot of action with it, of course. I just don't want to get into, well, Barry, where do you think I should take this? Or, all I can say is look left. 185 is the next high looking left. I'm not saying to take it there. I'm just pointing it out. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, it's well, the next area at 185, as I just pointed out, that it's that next area right there, about a week and a half ago, right there, 184.68. And the thing is, look at the volume increasing. Look at that volume that's increasing. This is, what time is it, 11:11? A little less than 4 minutes for that to close. This could be the biggest volume bar of the day. Usually your opening volume bar, well, that's usually a big volume bar. A lot of times that will be the biggest of the day. But look at this. In general, I'm talking. But look at this. This is going to probably take that out. Yeah, the inverse correlation. Oh, it'll pop up on many scanners. The reason it's not popping up on this scanner is because I have a maximum of $25 on here, or $20. It'll pop up in many, many scanners. Any scanner that's going to give you new highs. The relative volume is now 1, but up 39%. So it'll pop up in many, many scanners. Well, I don't know about random. I mean, Joseph, you have to know that lots of thumbnail that chart. I mean, you have to know that so many people are watching that. You didn't need to. Like maybe you don't know. I shouldn't be like that. Maybe you don't know, but I mean, so many people are watching this that just thumbnail the chart and watch the action at the beginning of the day. Oh, I didn't happen. No, no, I just did not happen to be watching it. Joseph, this is a. If you don't know what's going on, go to Reddit and Wall Street Bets, the subreddit forum. Okay, if you don't know what's going on. And we even have the WSB channel. So right here, the channel, new channel bar, and Wall Street Bets right there. These are all the stocks that are buzzing around, with GME being the leading one. But again, I don't try to, I'm not pumping this at all, but you have to be aware that, this is happening, of course. And what did it hit? $400, almost $500 a few weeks ago. I'm not saying it's going to happen again, but, there's lots and lots of talk about this one. Well, it was pretty impressive. It got through that 185 fairly easily. Because that was the next high looking left, 184.68. Let's see if that is the support. Well, there's all sorts of articles about the shorts that have to be covered. Yes, I mean, there's some crazy, crazy numbers being thrown around. But again, you're on your own trading it, guys. There's no way I'm going to say, yeah, everybody should be in GME. Yeah, right. I am not. Yeah, you're right. People coming in just at the very tail end of what I just said. So, guys, I'm hopefully you're going to see how this works. Well, hopefully, I mean, if it gets down to 287, you're going to see that it'll take me out of the trade in the simulator. That is COMS. Wanted to show you how this works. There's the stop right there, 287. The price is 291. Just to show you how that works. But again, look how whippy it can be. I mean, this is a 2-minute candle right here. So what did it get to? 196. It gets all the way down to basically dropping $20 in definitely less than 6 minutes. So, you've got to be careful. My only recommendation is don't take too many shares. You don't need too many shares if it's going to move 20, 30, $50, in brief periods of time if you catch it right. But, so that's my only recommendation. Don't go crazy. Well, they're still allowing shorts at Interactive Brokers. How many shorts, just for fun? Quite a few. 540,000. Yeah, it's out of my. I know Real is a big proponent of the 8 EMA. Okay, why I don't know. I mean, maybe look it up. But he's been the proponent of that. The 20 SMA and the 8 EMA on the crosses, but the 8 EMA. There's some out there that talk about the 9, but Real is 8. It just is. So if enough people respect it, it becomes almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy to a certain extent. But I think it's been like that for a long time. Look at the Dow. The Dow, another huge move by the Dow. SPY is actually, let's take a look at the SPY. So, we had this big move late in the day in the SPY. It didn't look good. Remember, this was a red candle all the way down here. At the end of the day, we had a nice move. Markets were positive, and now a continuation. Well, this did not get down to the stop area, so let's just see if comms can get back over 3. Levi's doing well, guys. I mean, for a well, I think they re-IPO'd. I think they were a public company for a long time. Then they went private, and then they did an IPO back here again. So they went public again in March of 2019. So over 2 years, you really did nothing. You know, you would not have been happy participating in this IPO, except now look. You know, we've seen a lot of these consumers, these retailers have done pretty well. Is that right, the Dreamer? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, guys, there's the end lock. End lock is nice base on the 2 and then the pop. So the end lock is still alive from my options plays. What I'm just waiting on is see if comms can get back over 3. The MBI, I think it pulled back. Yeah, pulled back quite a bit. But still, what a great move. 909, almost $1 before it pulled back. Yeah, it's having an okay day. Rocket RKT again. There was the Wall Street bet guys got a hold of this one. 4 days ago, propelled it all the way up to 43. Big pullback. But you know, I don't know how. I don't know if they're really all over it right now. But the other one that they had was that Tilray. Yeah, it's up. I mean, it's again not nothing. Again, that was the day or 2 days that they had got a hold of this one, all the way up to $65. Absolutely insane. All right, guys, I'm just watching the SPY here. Little modest little pullback on the 15s, and now another green candle. Again, these banks. Look at these banks. These little commercial banks, or little commercial. These little regional banks have just been on a tear. Here, another one, FMBI, and look at this, KRE and KBI, right at the highs. Nice they were. KRE, KBI, a couple of the ETFs for regional banks. I mean, when the rest of the market was, kind of moving down. I mean, this wasn't like ripping higher, but it wasn't moving down. And now look at this nice little pop here. I'm sure the KRE is going to look very similar. Yeah, same thing. But look on a monthly basis. Look at this move. Oh, I thought it actually got, well, I mean, Steve can't know where it's going to trigger. Yeah, I mean, it got down to 24.36. Again, these are meant for longer term trade. So the fact that you could have got it around 24.36 instead of 24.25 is not the end of the world. It would have been up to you, of course. Lots of time to get in right around here. I mean, these are fit. That's 30 minutes. I'm not saying it was 30 minutes down here, but it touched this area down here twice. So all right, guys, so it's 11:30 now. It's been another fast morning, as usual. Okay, now, this is one I don't like, but let's see what happens. JAG, as a company, I just find they're very, I shouldn't say it like that. I just find they very, very choppy. You get these pops on PRs and then they just drop. However, we did have, the action that day that surprised me, and then the following day before it pulled back. There is the JAGX. You know why I'm talking about it because it's in my options plays. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take any one of these. You have to decide if it meets your trading plan. All right, guys, I'm just I'm watching the comms. I mean, the comms still has a shot, I guess, if it gets back over 3. I've got my alert set right up here. I think that's around 301 or so. Want to see if it gets back over 3. Might get interested in it. Look how few basic new highs there are. Meanwhile, Vuzi on the way down here. So this could be an interesting short coming up. VUZI. This is the low on Friday down to 1269. Yeah, look at tech, guys. I mean, just look at it. Big market's up almost 500. SPY's up a little, but look at tech. The Qs just down, they're not out of the woods at all. Yeah, eyes is you're right. Somebody mentioned eyes was kind of curling here a little bit. So it is trying to, let's see, this would be a big area. 1253, getting over that. You can just see on the 15-minute chart, you have a high at 1249, you have a high at 1242, and you have a high at 1250. You kind of see if it can take this out with any exuberance. You could have another shot to get close to these highs here. Meanwhile, Enlock just continues here. Well, this was yeah. I know some of you were trading this IMVT. And this is now just made another new low. I mean, it's still up 11%, 11.8%, but just really fading badly off those highs, IMVT. Yeah, look at XPAV. Just went negative, guys. XPAV just went negative. Keep an eye on the eyes, guys. I mean, it still has a ways to go to take out that resistance, but I mean, this could fly, At 1250, I'd be really keeping an eye on that 1250 level. That's interesting. I'm trying to short to XPAV and they won't let me. I'm going in at the bid. It's not down 10%. Unless it was down 10% on Friday. I don't think so. But they just wouldn't fill me. And I don't like it when I don't get a quick fill. Well, maybe it's a good thing. It just popped up. No, I was trying to short XPAV. But it looks like, thank you for not filling me. Thank you. Okay, guys, keep an eye on eyes. Well, I guess a pun intended, but look at this. Well, it did get up here, get up to 1235. I think if I can take like these 3 15-minute candle highs right around that 1250 mark, it could just explode right through there, like to get some volume too. Get a little volume explosion through there. But all I'm doing is I'm just setting my price alert there. If it doesn't happen, so be it. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. So the Buzz channel, I had a question about what is the meaning of the Buzz channel. So this is a new ETF. I think this is its third day. You can look it up. You know anything about Dave Portnoy? He is I don't know if he's the actual originator, but he's certainly a proponent of it. Basically, what it looks at the 75 large cap stocks. And as I'm talking, look at this. Shh. Okay, you guys can say the word for me. Okay. Sahar, I'm blaming you for my not being in it. I was asked a question in the YouTube room about what is the Buzz channel. So as I just got distracted, look at eyes. Anyway, the Buzz channel, so it's 75 stocks. It gets rebalanced at supposedly the first of every month. Okay. And so some stocks will come in, some stocks will go out. So it's like an ETF for it's looking at stocks that are really, really high in social media. Lots of buzz, okay, that hence the name Buzz. And let me just bring it up. So looking at all sorts of different social media sites to see what people are talking about. What's the buzz? So that hence the name. And it is 75 stocks. And as I say, some stocks there are some being deleted every month and some get added, but it's a total right now of 75 stocks. So we created that so that's the channel. The new Buzz channel right there. Okay? What, the severe rippage? Yeah, with the eyes? Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure if anybody else, certainly I don't think in this room, I don't know if, if anybody else uses that term or that phrase. Or this end lock is strong. Again, coming into, is it shortable? It is shortable for me. Okay, so maybe coming into this resistance area right around 22. This is something. Super Love, it's probably correct. I mean, there are some channels that are not on the web-based version yet. I don't know what it takes to add them. Let me just ask that question. So I just asked the question. Yeah, there are some channels just I don't know what it takes to get it onto the web-based version, but and the answer is this morning. How's that, Super Love? Okay, it'll actually be this morning, Yeah, I just got an answer back very quickly. Okay, so you might have to refresh or something like that, but it will be added this morning. Sam, I have no idea why you can't cover in the simulator. I mean, and I'm just looking here. When you say cover, you mean flatten out of your position? Like flatten out of your position? Like flatten? Hit flatten? Notice, guys, it took me out of the trade. Oh, I see. You click buy. Why don't you try flatten just for fun? I mean, that is the quickest way to get out of your position, I think. Now, where you click buy, I mean, you know, when you click buy, it's going to be at a certain price, right? So maybe the price is moving too quickly. I don't know. And so the moon list, the other question was, what is the moon list? The moon list is similar. I don't know if it tracks, it's similar to Buzz. I don't know if it actually tracks social media as much, but it is made up of more lower cap stocks, okay? Like an ETF. I know that and that was, I think, launched in an ETF that was launched in November of last year, right here. So this looks more at lower cap stocks. But I don't know if it really tracks social media like Buzz does. All right. Well, let me try one, okay? And I'll be taking my break pretty soon, so I want to take I'll take a trade. Okay, I'm going to take 100 shares of IR. I'm going to buy it at the market, and now I'm going to flatten it. And it just got out. So it's working for me. I flatten it. Okay, I use the flatten. If I want to get out of a trade, I click flatten. So I just did it, and it appears that, well, I did not appear. It definitely worked for me. Let's do another one. Just take a trade. I'm going to buy 100 shares at the market. There I am. Now I'm going to flatten the trade. And now I'm out. So I'm not sure. I don't know what to say. It's definitely, you know, I just did it a couple of times and it definitely worked for me. Yeah, so Avery, it's got to be on your system. I think you asked that question last week, or somebody asked that question. Can you hear me? I don't even know if you can hear me. Maybe change your browser. Well, eyes would have had to been awfully quick. Oops. EYES you would have had them in awfully quick. Look at this. I mean, up to 1378, boom, all the way back down. So you got to be, you know, again, 6 million in the float. We say this all the time. If you're going to get into something with such a low float, you couldn't have said, oh, great, it just took up this level. I'm in, and now I'm going to wander downstairs, make some toast, make some soup, come back up. You'll be, you know, you run the risk of something like this happening to you, okay? So you cannot walk away from your computer when you're in a low float stock. Yeah, Avery, I have no idea. It's got to be, listen, if I had a lot of people saying the same thing to me, then I would have to maybe talk to the developer, but of the room. It's nothing to do with trade ideas. When I say that, this is a third party that we're using, so, you know, he supports it. So it's got nothing to do with trade ideas tech. So there's like, don't go there. All right, guys. So it's 11:50. So I will be taking a break in about nine minutes. Yeah, entry is where the alert happened, and here's where the exit was. It exited the trade right here. So there was the alert happened at 21.85, and it exited it at 21.70. It's fairly straightforward. It didn't like what was happening, I guess. Did not want to wait for the actual stop at 21.45. Okay, so I'm just going to answer a Siri. So the stats for Friday, if you have the AI window, you just history and then previous trading day as an example. Okay, so this is what happened on Friday, or you can go history and pick a time frame. I think we can go back. Can't remember how many days we can go back. 62 days. Okay, so that's how you can find what happened previous days with the AI. So again, I'm just going to get history, real time today. So again, click on this window and history, and here's previous trading day, or you can pick a time frame. Okay? Okay, how to add. So you go to the channel bar. So new and then channel bar. And then you see that gear in the top left-hand corner, the gear in the top left-hand corner. First of all, you should have saved a layout to the cloud, okay? Save a layout to the cloud first. And then if you click on that gear and edit, it's not that intuitive, but you click on edit and then add a channel. When you click on add a channel, here is the cloud link that you're going to use. Okay, you find that, select from the cloud, and if you've just saved your layout to the cloud, you'll see it right at the top. Okay, then you can give it a name and just say okay. Well, that means, well, I mean, it depends. I mean, you if you want to, you can just have a scan. But if you've saved your layout, you have to find your layout if that's what you're looking for. Select from cloud and all file types. You can click on layouts and you can find your layout that you use. But if you just did it, it should appear right at the top. If you just save your layout to the cloud, it should be right at the top. And if it only adds one window, that means you only save one window in your layout. Well, okay, I mean, then really what you should do, that's a pretty basic question, and I'm not trying to deflect it or anything, but you should really take a look at the 20 short lessons, number one, okay? Because that shows you about layouts. But when I have a layout here, imagine if this were my layout that I wanted to save. So File, Save or Share to Cloud. I would click on Entire. I would give it a name. Okay, Jonas's layout, and then I would save it. So, you know, all these windows, all my trade ideas windows will be saved in that layout. So the idea is to amass your windows or your scans first. You call them windows, but okay. So have them all, you know, create the layout you want with all the different windows and then just save it. How long can you, I don't think there's any time limit, Brian. You mean a price alert? How long can you set it for? I don't think there's any price, there's no time limit. Was that your question? How long can you set an alarm, as you call it, a price alert? So if I set a price alert right here, 1358, so I've just set a price alert right up here. There's no limit to the amount of time I can keep this as a price alert that I know of. I mean, within reason, maybe, 10 years. I don't know. Never thought about it like that. Well, that's all, the problem in Alan is that there's so many different setups out there. Some people have large monitors. Depends on the resolution. It's hard to, satisfy absolutely everybody. Just go up here. If you're in it right up here, then you just flatten it. If it's appearing in your positions that it's a trade that was taken and you want to get out, just flatten it. Hit that hotkey and flatten. Get out of the trade. All right, guys, I'm just getting set to take my break. Sean will be in the YouTube room. And so let me just put the announcement in. Okay, I'll be taking my break. I'll be back around 12:30. I'll put the link for the YouTube room if you want to head over there. Sean is more of an options trader than certainly, well, I am. Not that we don't trade, we don't scan for options, but you want to discuss option trading or anything. I mean, it's a general Q&A. So here it is. There is a link if you want to head over there. I'm just waiting for him to start. Okay, so who asked that question earlier? Superlove. So Superlove, it has been added now. So the Buzz channel has now been added to the web-based version. You might have to just do a refresh or something to see it, but it has now been added. Okay, I think Sean is just going to show up. I think he's typing. He's saying he's in the room. Let's see. Okay, he's streaming. Okay, I see you, Sean. Okay, great. I'll stop now, and you know what not to do. Okay, I'm going to stop the stream now.
Thank you, Barry. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Welcome to the live Q&A. This is what we do every trading day, Monday through Friday at noon Eastern. This is your opportunity to ask platform-specific questions. Anything that you're having trouble with on the platform, whether it's a feature, whether it's a setup, whether it's a layout, a channel, now's the place, now's the area to ask those questions. My standard disclaimer at the beginning of every Q&A is, I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. So throw it at me, and if I can't answer it for you, I could certainly point you in the right direction. Sorry for those of you who may have tuned in last Monday for this session. Had a little technical snafu, definitely user error on my part. Where I broke the algorithm and we weren't able to run our Q&A last Monday. Sorry about that for those of you who are tuning in for it. Hopefully we'll make up for it today, or hopefully you got what you needed later in the week from some of the other guys. Anyway, so this hour is, I don't have any planned content to discuss. This is going to be completely driven by you. So if you have questions, throw them into the chat window here on your YouTube stream, and I'll see the questions and we'll do our best to answer them. Siri wants to know, why doesn't the AI do overnight transactions? Because the AI doesn't have an edge outside of regular trading hours. Markets are tend to be illiquid after regular trading hours, for one. And number two, the algorithms that Holly executes against, those algorithms are based on strategies that have been tested during regular market hours sessions. So the way stocks move after hours do not jive with the way the strategies are built. And the strategies will not be ever built to trade after hours, simply because the trading activity day to day from stock to stock after hours is inconsistent. You can't build an algorithm based on inconsistency. All right. So AI will only work during regular trading hours. Good first question right out of the chute. Thanks, Siri. You may notice on my screen here, I've got a Brokerage Plus window open. I got a number of trades on. These are swing trades that I've been in for several days, several weeks. This is the simulated trading, by the way. I should point out, you can see right here, it says connected to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. And what I like to do during these sessions, at least while we're getting started and while I'm waiting for questions to come in, is I'll go through all of my open positions and adjust my stops. Something I like to do on a regular basis. I'm going to blow up my daily chart just a little bit. Give me a little bit more screen, a little bit more, see a little better. And then I'm just going to cycle through all my open positions and check out where my stops are and see if I need to adjust them. As you can see on my daily chart, my stop loss order is displayed right there in the chart. And if I want to change it, all I simply need to do is just grab it and drag it up. I'm going to drag my stop up to right about there. I'm just eyeballing these stops. No magic behind it, no science or math behind this. It's for me. I've been a trader for 23 years. I like to eyeball my stop loss levels. I'm looking for obvious levels where my trend will be broken. The nice thing about these stop loss orders is when you drag them on your charts, it shows you right there how much P&L you can expect to walk away with if your stop loss order gets hit. I'm currently sitting in, if you see here in my Brokerage Plus window, I'm currently sitting in $557 of open profits. But if my stop loss level were to get hit at a lower price, I should walk away with around $79.50. Not what I'm in the game for, but hey, better than losing money, right? So I'm just going to go through the rest of these positions here. Wow, this Discovery stock, wow. This thing has just been on a tear since Thanksgiving. I mean, I just got in here. I'm late to the party, but it keeps going, so let it keep going. I'm going to drag this stop loss order up to right there. I'm just looking for obvious levels of recent support where I like to have my stops at. Okay. I don't do this every day. I probably do this a couple times a week where I adjust my stops. I always adjust my stop in the direction of the trend, right? That's an important thing. All these trades are long trades, and I'm only looking to drag my stops up, not down. Never down. That's the best practice that has treated me well. Okay, just got a few more here. I'm not looking for precision, guys, on these stops. I'm just looking for areas. You know, if the stock trades down to that approximate area where I'm putting these stop loss orders, that tells me the trend is over. That's good enough for me. I'm not looking for precision. Of course, it's easy for me to say as I'm trading with a simulated account, right? But I promise you, this is how I manage my real stops with real trades that I have on. All right, there we go. I think we're done. See, a couple questions came in. Hi, Luke. How odd that Holly took ATH both long and short today. Any idea why? Is that normal for her to take opposing positions in the same stock on the same day? Well, it's probably because the different strategies, one long-based strategy saw it and one short-based strategy. Let's take a look. Let's go into the Holly Omni AI channel. The Omni AI channel, all that really is just, it's a bucket that shows all of the trades across all of the channels, because we essentially have three Holly channels, right? We have Holly AI, that's the original. We have Holly 2.0, and then we have the Holly Neo. And the Omni channel just buckets all the trades in one place. So I see your two trades in ATH. I see a short trade right here. And if I hover my mouse over the arrow in the chart here, it'll tell me what strategy. So, nope, that's not telling me. It's too soon for that. Let's do this. I don't have the thing displayed here. This is what I need. I need to add a column, and let's find the strategy or segment. Now let's do strategy. There it is. Strategy. Add that over. Okay. We'll drag this column over here a little bit, just for display's sake. So you can see ATH got short from the separation from the 8 short strategy. It later got long by the trend play better. We got some new strategies in the hopper, and these are two of the newer ones. I'm not familiar with those names. But look, we got in at 7:30 on the short trade. By the way, I'm in the mountain time zone, so don't be thrown by my timestamps, but I'm in the mountain time zone. Market opens at 7:30 for me. So the separation from the 8 got short at 7:35, and then later on, about an hour later, a different strategy got long. It's not typical, Luke. I don't think that happens very often. But hey, each strategy has a mind of its own, right? They're all doing their own things, and they have their own reasons for getting in the trades. So that's a rarity, but interesting that it happened. Phalanx trader. Do I scale in the trades when I'm swing trading? In the case of my trades that you see here, all these open trades that I'm in, hold on, there it is. All these open trades, I did not scale into those. I just bought them. I bought them when they triggered, and that's it. One size, I'm in it full size right from the go. Now, nothing wrong with scaling in, as long as you have a plan for doing it, right? Like, there's different schools of thought that you should only scale in at higher prices as the stock goes your way. Make the stock prove it to you. And I subscribe to that theory. I'm a big fan of that. But there's also people who will always scale in as it goes against them. Under the working theory that, if I'm trying to buy a stock, if I'm trying to get long, my timing is probably off. I could probably get it cheaper later if I'm patient. So they'll use a scale in technique to, buy a little bit here, buy a little bit lower even more, hoping that the noise of the market will get them a better price. But as long as you have a plan around that, that's okay. Where I have a problem with scaling in as it goes against you is a lot of people will do that not because that's part of their plan, but because all of a sudden they're sitting on a loser and they're trying to repair their trade by buying it lower. And that's a recipe for disaster if you don't have a plan. So just keep that in mind. What is options trading? Well, that's a very broad question, Asiri. What is options trading? I mean, options is trading options, buying calls, buying puts, putting on spreads. I mean, that's a whole nother topic in a whole nother chat room. We're focused on stock trading here with Trade Ideas. I am an options trader, Asiri. I mean, I don't know if that's what you're thinking of. I am primarily an options trader, but Trade Ideas is very useful for people who are trading directional bets in stocks and looking to get into the stocks that are moving. Trade Ideas can certainly help you find those stocks and find those situations. Luke, you recall that I'm only a few miles away? Well, I'm in Boulder, Colorado, if that's where you are. If you're somewhere near Boulder, then yes, we are close. So I'm going to apologize ahead of time to everybody. I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but I've gone down a Chicago, the band Chicago. I've gone down a rabbit hole with them this weekend. I saw a documentary about David Foster, who's a producer, and talked a bit about the band Chicago, his work with them. And I just started listening to their greatest hits album, and I just can't stop. Reminds me of my roller skating days when I was a teenager. Yes, Thornton, you are not too far away from me, Luke. No, Asiri, the AI does not incorporate options trading. We don't have options data on the platform, or at least not the options data that a serious options trader would need. We're not going to have any strike-specific data. Not going to have any volatility data. Not going to have any spreads data. Not going to have any expiration-specific data. So no, it's options traders who use Trade Ideas. They use it simply to identify stocks that are meeting their criteria for entering into a bullish or bearish trade, and then they use the options market to express it. Okay. I mean, I'll show you right here. If I bring up a top list, and I search for options, you'll see the extent of our options data. This is it. Okay. This is not all this is meant to be. It's data around options volume, total options volume. So it's really just meant to give color to a stock trader. If a stock trader wants to see that there's some unusual options activity, any unusual options volumes, these filters might point them in the right direction for that. But a hardcore options trader, like I said, who's doing spreads and looking for volatility plays and all that, you're not going to find what you need within Trade Ideas. What does call on the bid mean? Well, I don't know. I'm going to need a little bit more context. I mean, off the top of my head, if someone calls out a trade on the bid, it means somebody, they executed a trade at the bid price, not the offer price, right? Like every stock has a bid and ask price. The bid price is the highest price people are willing to pay. And the offer price or the ask price is the highest or the lowest somebody's willing to sell. I don't know what calls on the bid mean. I don't know if you're talking about options. Someone's talking about some calls that traded on the bid. Don't know. Is that something that's not something you're seeing on our platform, is it? Aya? Michael, I see your question. Is there a way to anchor the desktop window to a particular monitor so it doesn't revert to my main monitor when launching a different channel? There is a way to do that, Michael. It's hard for me to demonstrate that for you here because I can only show you one monitor. And in fact, I only have one monitor here for my setup. So I can't really demonstrate it for you. But The answer lies in, if you go to your TI menu bar here at the top and you go to Tools and you choose Options, you go to the Layouts menu here, and you're going to have to experiment with this loading layouts. I'm not sure if for you if it's checked or not checked, but whatever it is right now, do the opposite, save it, and then that's where you're going to find what you need to do to get it to open on a different monitor. I don't use it, again, because I only have one monitor, but that's where you're going to find the answer. You go to Tools, you go to Options, you go to Layouts, and you just fiddle with this option right here. Just toggle it on and off until you get it right. Sorry, it's not the best answer, but I can't demonstrate it for you, and B, I don't use it. But I know it works. I know people use it. So I know a lot of people, myself included, got a little spooked last week with the market action in the broader indexes, but we seem to be coming back. Last 3 days, is the scare over? Is it back to all-time highs now? Back to the normally scheduled bull market? I don't know. I got whipsawed hard in some oil names last week. I'll tell you that. That was not fun. Michael, if you continue having issues with that, the best thing to do is to come into our support email. If you send us an email here, I'll put the email here in the chat if you don't know it. Oh, sorry, I lost the chat window by accident. Here we go. So the email is info@trade-ideas.com. That's the best way to get technical questions answered. One of our market technicians will be able to troubleshoot that if you can't get it to work. I know it does work. Sometimes it's a little tricky. So I see we've had at least 20 people join since I started at the top of the hour. So I'm going to repeat myself here. So sorry for those of you who've already heard this spiel, but this is the live Q&A. We do this every trading day at noon Eastern for 1 hour. And this is all powered by your questions. So any questions that you have about the software, this is your opportunity to ask them. And don't worry, if you're sitting on a question and you're feeling like you're too shy to ask it or you think it's too basic, I promise you there's over 100 people in this channel right now. There's someone who will benefit from the answer to your question. So don't be shy. Throw in a question, we'll see what we can do. Okay, Superlove910. Is there a channel for OTC stocks or perhaps a scanner for OTC? We do not have a pre-built channel for OTC stocks, but you can get OTC stocks data on Trade Ideas. So if I was building let's say I wanted to build a top list that only showed me OTC stocks, what I would do is I'd launch a top list window. I'd go start from scratch right here. And I would set this window up with my various filters and everything as normal. But the difference is you're going to come to the Exchanges tab. And here you'll want to deselect the auto ones that are always selected, the big ones. And you'll want to choose OTC, these two OTC exchanges right there. So that will limit this top list to only scanning stocks that are OTC stocks. So yes, you can scan for them. We just don't have any custom channels that are built for it. Hope that made sense there. Super love. Mike, the layout worked. Excellent. I'm glad that worked for you. Sometimes it's simple. I hate telling you to do something when I can't demonstrate it for you because then I don't know for sure if I'm telling you what's right. But I'm glad it worked. Great, Mike. Dill. Can we trade long-term and not just swing trades? Of course, you could trade any time frame you want. There's no law. And Trade Ideas can be useful to everybody. Regardless of your time frame. I'll tell you, the people who get the most benefit out of Trade Ideas for sure are day traders and swing traders. The active set of traders, right? No doubt about it. But long-term traders or investors can get benefit too, because what you can do is you can leverage the power of our top lists. Let me open up a different layout here. Top lists you could build to find all the stocks that meet your criteria. so that you don't have to just go scanning through 8,000 charts every night looking for different setups. Instead, you could leverage a top list. I got a top list right here that shows you only the stocks that meet your requirements. So I don't know what your requirements are, but you might only be interested in looking at stocks that are trading above their 50-day moving average, are priced between $10 and $100 a share, are experiencing volume higher than average, stocks that only have positive earnings, right? I mean, you could have all these criteria to whittle down your universe of stocks. I mean, look, we can't keep tabs and be up to the minute on all 8,000 stocks in North America. It's impossible. But you could leverage the Trade Ideas technology to only show you, let's say, the 20 or 25 stocks out of all 8,000 that meet your specific criteria. So you only have to spend time analyzing those 25 setups instead of hundreds or thousands of setups. So that's one major way that Trade Ideas can make your life a lot easier. So Dill, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking here. How do I program for long term? Are you talking about using Brokerage Plus to trade for you? Or are you just talking about building a scan that shows you stocks that you want to see that might be setting up for good long-term trades? So if you could be a little bit more specific there, that would be helpful. Super Love, looks like you got your question answered. Great, great, great. Boy, the return to normal trades seem to be working pretty well. Hotels, the cruise lines, some stocks that I've been playing a little bit. This one. All right, so Dill, the way you would build a scan to find the stocks that meet your criteria, we call scans here, we call them top lists. Okay, so to create a top list from scratch, you're going to go to your TI menu bar at the top. You're going to hit New. This is where you launch any window in Trade Ideas. You're going to want to go to the top list window, and this is going to open up a top list config window. Now, let's start from scratch. Let's double click here in the upper left to make this active. And now we are building a top list from scratch. And we're going to work our way across these tabs here, and that's how we get it done. So let's first go to the search tab. And this is where all the magic happens, by the way. This is where you can find every filter available to you to help you screen out the stocks you don't want to see. So you'll notice here, if I scroll through, we have hundreds of filters to choose from. All right? I don't expect you to be scrolling through here looking for the specific filter you need. What you should do is use this search terms box and type in some filters. So let's start with some basic filters, all right? Let's start with price, okay? I don't know about you, but I don't like to trade penny stocks. So I could do a price filter, right? I found price, I could highlight it. I hit add filter. It's gonna move me over one tab to the window specific filters tab. And here's price highlighted in blue. I could set a price limit, let's say a minimum of 10. And let's just say I don't want to trade any stock over $1,000 a share, okay? Or not 10,000, but 1,000. So I've added one filter. I'm going to hit hide unused here. I don't want to see all that other stuff. I just want to see the stuff that I need. So right now I've set one filter, price. You see relative volume here. There's no date on there right now. Let's go back to the search tab now. So that we're going to, by the way, from here to get back to the search tab, just click on search tab. And we're going to find more filters that are relevant. So let's, after price, next thing, let's do volume. I like to trade. I want to only see stocks that have, active participation where there's volume happening on a daily basis. I'm not interested in stocks that trade 10,000 shares all day, right? I could get stuck in that position. So I'm going to type in volume, and I'm going to choose this average daily volume 3M. 3M stands for 3 months. That's as far back as our data goes. So I'll highlight that, hit add filter, and average daily volume is right here. I'm going to add a minimum of, let's say, 500,000 shares. That's the minimum average daily volume I like to see on a stock. Now, I'm going to go back to the search tab, and the next thing I want to add is relative volume. It's actually already there, but I'm going to highlight it here because I want to use this as a lesson for you. Is when you're in this filter, when you're looking at these filters and you see something that you're not quite sure what it is, how it calculates, what the inputs are, what the outputs are, whatever. If you have any questions about a filter that you see here, all you need to do is just simply highlight it like I've done, just click on it to highlight it, and then hit this help button that's hiding right there in plain sight. If you click that help button, it's going to launch a web page. It's going to show you, once it fully loads, it's going to load right to the spot. It'll be right there at the top, relative volume, and it's going to have a full, robust definition of exactly what that filter does. Okay? So you make liberal use of this tool whenever you're looking at a filter, you're not sure what it does. Just hit help. That's your hack. All right, and I'll give you the elevator pitch of what relative volume does. It's something I like to use. Basically, it's a ratio score. If I put let's say a 3 right there in the minimum column, what that means is a stock will have to be on pace to trade at least 3 times its average daily volume. All right. So for a long-term investor, this might not be as important to you. It's definitely more important to swing traders and day traders. But maybe it's just put a minimum of 1, right? So you're only interested in looking at stocks that are trading at least their average daily volume, hopefully a little bit more. Okay. Now I can go through this process, Dill, over and over again, going back to the search tab and keep adding more filters. Maybe you're a long-term investor, so you only want to trade stocks that have positive earnings, right? So I could type in EPS, I get the earnings per share filter, I could add this, and let's just make a minimum of like 0.01. I just want to have positive earnings. I don't care what the earnings are. I just want it to be positive. I don't want the company to be losing money, right? So you could add that filter. So we can go on and on and on, Dill. The thing to know is that the more filters you add, and the stricter the parameters you make for the mins and maxes here, the fewer stocks you will have appear in your scan. And that's a good thing, okay? That's a good thing. For me, the perfect top list is one that shows me somewhere between 5 and 10 stocks, right? Because that means there's only 5 or 10 stocks that I can laser focus on, and those are the stocks that meet my best criteria. Those are the ones I want to play, all right? So something to think about. Don't be shy about putting in more and more filters because you only want to pay attention to the stocks you want to pay attention to, right? No need to pay attention to stocks like GameStop, right? Like you're not interested in trading GameStop as a long-term investor, I would imagine. So you don't want to see stocks like that. That's just wastes your time, takes your energy away from more productive pursuits. So hope that was instructive, Dill. In fact, you know what? I'm going to find for you real quick. Sounds like you're a newbie here, which is great. Welcome. We love having you here. We have a 101. We call it TI University 101, where you could see. It's just a real basic. Covers all the basics: how to build a top list, how to build alert windows, how to get you started from scratch, that kind of thing. So I'm going to copy the link. And I'm going to put it here in the chat room. TI University 101 class. Okay, there you go. I just put it in the chat window. That's a great little class for beginners to watch. Covers a lot of the basics from building top lists, building alert windows, saving a layout, things like that. All right, folks, we're halfway through. So far, so good. The floor is open. If you have a question, now's your time. Throw it in here. Let's see if we can tackle it together. Meanwhile, have you guys seen this new Buzz social sentiment channel that we put out recently? Cool little channel that's showing you all the stocks that are heavily being discussed in social media. This data is coming from a variety of inputs. A variety of social inputs is what I can tell you. It's proprietary, of course, but these are stocks that are being heavily discussed, more so than normal. cool little channel if you want to fade the crowd. I mean, that's my natural inclination to when I'm looking at these stocks. I want to fade the crowd. That might not always be the best idea, but that's my natural inclination. Oh boy, Tesla, $200, $300 off its highs. Oh no. So folks, until we get some more questions coming in, it's going to be pretty quiet in here. You guys can listen to more Chicago if you want. I don't know if you guys can hear that in the background. Got my cheesy 80s rock vibe going over here today. Heavy on synthesizers. Bum, 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 bum. So let's see some of the stocks that Holly's traded today. Nothing to write home about. Looks like her biggest winner is RDNT. Well, looks like that thing might be starting to break out for another leg higher there. It hit the profit target, which is nice. But man, that thing could, if this level holds here, that could be a nice trade for later in the day. The ATH short was a nice trade. Very nice, very nice. Biggest loser today, JCI. Yeah, sometimes they don't work out. Short trade on the wrong side of that one. I'm going to go over here to my custom channel here. I got an AI Swings channel. This is a channel I go to later in the day to put on my swing trades using Holly. I got this little window right here. It just shows me all the long trades that Holly has done today. This does not include the short trades. As a swing trader, I'm only interested in trading on the long side. That's just my preference. I'm not making any value judgments here. Nothing wrong with trading on the short side. If it works for you, keep doing it. But for me, I prefer the long side. And so these are the 3 trades she's done on the long side so far. Trades I might consider putting, or stocks I might consider putting trades on later today. I think this one's probably a good candidate. I got a monthly chart and a weekly chart up here in the upper left. I like to see charts going up and to the right. Call me old-fashioned, but I like stocks that are going up and to the right on a longer term time frame, because that tells me I got the wind in my sails. The broader trend is in my favor. So this is probably a stock I will trade later today. SII. Probably skip that one. And the ATH, maybe. I don't like this chart formation, but I can't argue with the fact that it's back up near highs on this monthly chart, and the weekly chart's obviously at highs. So yeah, I'll probably put that one on. So what's happened? Everybody tired? Did the last week's trading action tire you out? I know it tired me out. Last week was just a busy week trading wise for me. Got whipsawed and a bunch of oil names, which just frustrated me to no end. Yeah, did more trading than I wanted to do. That's for darn sure. And then this morning, sounded like my broker was having issues. Sounds like a lot of brokers were having issues with order flow. I don't know if it was a system-wide thing, but yeah, for the first 30 minutes of the day today, I couldn't trade. Couldn't manage my positions properly, which was frustrating. Dill, is there an accumulation distribution indicator? That's a good question. We have something, but it might not be what you're looking for. Let me go here. Accumulation. Nope, we don't have it. Yeah, I know what you're asking. If you want to see stocks that are being under accumulation, high volume on up days, that kind of thing. I mean, you can eyeball it on a chart, but we don't have an indicator for it. What do I think of INO? Let's see. Yeah, I don't like it. I'd like it maybe for a short, if I were a short swing trader. I mean, if this level doesn't hold here, I'd want to be getting short that stock. I'm certainly not looking to buy the bounce there. Not saying it can't work, but that's a no play for me. Bum, 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 bum. No stops, no stocks have been stopped out of yet today. That's good. That's good. It's a good feeling when all your open positions are sitting in green, all except one. It's a good feeling. Although I have very few positions now than I had, let's say, a couple weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. This blotter had a lot more positions. Like I said, the last couple weeks of trading action has been pretty choppy. Got stopped out of a lot of swing trades. And I'll reiterate, this is the simulated trading account, so let's not all get super excited here. I wish, with all these open profits, I wish these were real money trades, but I am demoing this simulated trading for our customers, and so I maintain this portfolio of swing trades. All right, let's see what's going on over here. Dun, 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 dun. So anybody been playing around with this Wall Street Bets stocks channel? I haven't really played around with it. Just curious if anybody's caught any good trades over here. Yeah, so what's this? Academy Sports. So these are stocks that are heavily being discussed on Reddit, is my understanding. Right on, right on. Anybody here trading GameStop? I'm not, but a couple guys here at the company are. They're having a good run. Real good run. Yeah, you're a long GameStop. All right, well, you're having a good day. You're having a good day. All right, I mean, let's pull up that stock. Pull up the chart real quick. Oh, it's on all these charts. Yeah, GameStop has been quite a run, quite a run. I looked into getting into GameStop with some option spreads, but man, the options market is just so out of whack right now with that stock. I just couldn't find any trades that had any good edge. That had a good risk reward. I feel like every trade I had to put on, I was risking way more than I could possibly make in the trade. So I've stayed off. Neat. Is the party over for today? Let's check out that chart. Whoop, typed it in wrong. You know, that intraday chart kind of looks like, hold on, let me pull up a different layout. I don't like those charts there. Well, you know, I mean, look, the stock had a big gap up. It's faded. Is it going to fill the gap? It might. If we break this support level here around $10, about 10 and a quarter, if we break that level, I would think that filling the gap is in the cards for sure. I don't know. Just rule of thumb for me. I'm not saying this is the perfect rule of thumb, but if I stretch out this daily chart a little bit, I tend to not trust gaps that are counter to the prevailing trend, right? For the last, I don't know, 3 weeks, NETE has been in a pretty protracted downtrend. So if a stock gaps up in a downtrend, I'm generally looking to fade that. If I'm going to play it, I'm going to fade it. Those are the gaps I don't trust. I expect to see more gaps like these where we gap down, more gap downs, right? Like that's what I expect to see. A gap up should be faded. That's my 2 cents. So folks, I got about 15 minutes left to hang out with you. I'd really love to handle your software questions. We could talk stocks all day, but Barry's much better at that in the live trading room than I am. We really want to give people the opportunity to ask questions about the software. So if there's anything with the software that's bugging you, you're having trouble with, need some explanations, some clarifications, this is the time to ask. Let's make some productive use of our time here for the next 10, 15 minutes. And then I'll pass you back to Barry, and Barry will take you into the close with a live chat room or live trading room. And by the way, folks, we do these live Q&As every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We have a different person hosting every day. I typically do Mondays. Steve Gomez usually does Tuesdays. Michael usually does Wednesdays. Jamie usually does Thursdays. Andy will usually do Friday, but Andy's on vacation this week, so I think Chris is filling in for him on Friday. So you get different points of view, different perspectives, different skill levels, different everything. So come on back every day if you got the bandwidth, if you got the time. You might learn something new every single day, even if you don't have any questions of your own. Somebody might ask a question that will jog something that you want, remind you of something you wanted to ask. Or somebody might ask a question about a feature that you didn't even know we had, or you didn't know you could use it in that way. It could be a really eye-opening experience for you. So I can tell you, I started with Trade Ideas as an employee back in 2017, and we used to do these Q&As just once a week on Fridays, and we'd have the whole team on, me and Jamie and Andy and Steve. We'd all be on it, and for the first 2 years, I learned something new every week, and I was an employee. So if I'm learning something new, I know you can too. So was I the only person who had issues with my broker this morning? I trade through Tastyworks. And Tastyworks, I've been with them since almost the beginning, and they've been a wonderful platform. Very little issues with performance, latency, downtime, any of that stuff. Today was really the first time I've ever experienced not being able to trade with them. But it sounded like, from what I saw on Twitter, like maybe there was other brokers who were having issues too. So I'm just wondering if it was some kind of exchange issue, not broker specific. So if anyone else trades with any other brokers, Thinkorswim, Interactive Brokers, Robinhood, whoever you trade with it, just let me know if you were having issues this morning. I'm just curious. Hi, Mike. So how do you start a new layout from scratch? Well, if you want to start from completely scratch, let's do this. I'm going to shut all my windows down. If I could do that easily by going into my TI menu bar, go to Windows, and hit Close All. So now I've completely closed all of my Trade Ideas windows. All right. Now, if I'm completely from scratch, the way I would start building my layout is in your TI menu bar, you go to New, and this is where you launch any window. All right. So if I wanted to start with a chart, I could launch a chart window, and then there's a chart. And if I want to add a single stock window to that to get a little detail about the stock, I could add a single stock window. And now I've got a single stock window, which I can make room for. And if I don't like the data points that are there that are kind of come out as default, I could change those. I could right click, go into configure, and find the data points that I want. Just highlight and just hit show column. And then that brings you over to the columns tab, and this is where you can see what you want. And then I'll just go through this process, adding different windows that I think I want to have, right? And I can I could build a top list. And I'll just take one of the ones that are pre-built. So just for expedience sake, I've got a top list open. Okay. And then once I've got this layout looking the way I want it to look, okay, you could add as many things as you want to it. But once I've got it all figured out, then I want to make sure I save my layout so that I can open it at any time. And the way you do that is in your TI menu bar at the top. You go to File, Save Layout, give it a name. We'll call it Mike's Layout. I'll hit Save. And now, anytime, if I want to open up this layout, if I'm somewhere else, if I want to open up this layout, I just go to File, Load Layout, and find it right there. There's Mike's layout. You hit it, hit open, and it'll launch that layout that we had saved. Okay, Mike, does that make sense? Mike, you might also, if you scroll up here in the chat, you see where I put in TI University class, a little YouTube link. That really covers that pretty extensively, how to build your own layout, how to borrow from channels to find different nuggets to make your life a little easier. We cover that pretty deeply in that video if you got the time to check that out. David, okay, so you were having some issues with IB, all right, yeah. All right, so let me open up my channel bar here. And let's open up a Holly AI channel. So I see your question there, Cody. I'm new to the platform. Can you explain the AI and what we are looking for? Mike, I'll come back. You know what, Cody, let me hold on to your question just for one thought. Let me just finish up with Mike here. Mike wants to know if that channel that we saved, or that layout that we saved, can we make that a channel? And the answer is yes, you can. So let me go back and open up that layout that I saved for you, Mike. I'm gonna go to File, Load Layout. I'm gonna bring up Mike's layout. Okay, so here it is. Now, if I wanna make that one of my own custom channels, then what I need to do is I need to save this layout to my cloud. This is a little different nuance here. I'm gonna go to File, and instead of Save Layout, I'm gonna save or share to cloud, okay? So I'm gonna save this layout. I'm gonna click Entire Layout right here. We'll call this Mike's Cloud Layout, so it's a little different. I'll hit Save. And then what you're gonna wanna do is, if you wanna have this on a channel, appear in your channel bar, let me open up a channel bar. So here's my channel bar. And notice up here in the upper left, you'll have a little gearbox, okay? You click the gearbox and choose Edit Custom Channels. And then here, if you want to add a channel, you click the Add Channel button, and then go down here at the bottom. It says enter the cloud code for your layout. Just hit Select from Cloud right here. And it's going to be right there, the one I just saved, Mike's Cloud Layout. I highlight it, I hit Select. Now, there it is. I could give it a customized little logo. Let's just use this green one. And this box here can give it a name. Call it Mike's Layout. Click right name to see it. That's how it's gonna look. And then I hit OK, and then I have to hit Apply, last thing. And then now, there it is, Mike's Layout showing up there in my channel bar. So now anytime I click Mike's Layout, it's gonna open it up. Now Mike's Layout, we saved it without a channel bar. Sounds like you like the channel bar, so let's get a channel bar in there, huh? And then we would save this layout like this. So anyway, I hope that was instructive to you, Michael. To do your custom channels, you want to just go in the gearbox here and hit Edit Custom Channels, and then you can add one like that and select it from the cloud and bring it right in. Okay. All right. So Cody, let me get to Cody's question now. Cody wants he's new to the platform, wants to understand the AI and what he's looking for. So let me open up an AI channel. So here's what you need to know about the AI. The AI consists of a number of strategies pre-built by the traders here at Trade Ideas. That's how they started. But once that strategy gets inputted into our AI system, it then takes on a life of its own. Because what's going to happen is every trading day, or every night, I should say, after the market is closed, the AI engine will go through and run back tests on there's about 75 strategies. It'll run back tests on all 75 strategies and determine how each strategy is performing in the current market environment. And then it'll dig into the data of each strategy and figure out ways to make each strategy better. So for example, you see in this window here, you can see 5 active strategies. So you can see downward dog, there's a few. So when the AI is going through the process every night, it'll look at the downward dog strategy and it'll say, all right, well, downward dog strategy is working pretty well, but boy, it just can't seem to make any money on stocks that are under 20 bucks a share. All right, well, the AI will then filter out stocks under 20 bucks a share, and that will incrementally improve that strategy. And it's going through, 50 different permutations like that every night for every strategy. It's a process that if you and I were to try to backtest 75 strategies and optimize 75 strategies every night, it would take us 2 weeks to do it. But the AI engine does it every night. So that's the first step. It's re-optimizing every strategy. And then the next step is it will determine what type of market environment we're in. Are we in is the broader indices in an uptrend? Are they in a downtrend? Is it a volatile market? Is it a high volume market or a low volume market? We'll throw all these data points into a soup, and based on its determination of the type of market environment we are in, it will say, okay, out of all 75 strategies I have, in this case, these 5 have the best statistical chance of delivering winning trades today. So that's it. That's how these strategies arrive here. All right. Now, that's not a guarantee that all 5 of these strategies are going to serve up winning trades, but statistically speaking, these are the strategies that are likely to perform best in today's market. Okay. And so these strategies are active, and throughout the day, these are the strategies that are sending us trade ideas. Now, you can see here in the trades today, we've got 4 strategies that have sent us 1 trade each, and 1 strategy hasn't done anything yet. All right. But as trades happen, when you're on one of these Holly AI channels, when a new trade happens, it'll pop up here in this window. This is the strategy trades open. So these are trades that are currently open right now. All right. Both of these are short trades. She's short OTRK. She's short KRA. All right. When the trade happens, right, you'll get an audio alert, little bell will go off, as well as these, the trade that just happened, this whole row will be highlighted in bright yellow. So you'll see when a trade happens. Same thing when it exits. When the trade exits, it'll pop up down here. Like this OTRK will move down to here when it gets closed. You'll have an audio alert go off, you'll hear it, you'll see it. But these trades are coming from these active strategies. Now, on a typical trading day, across all 3 channels, we have 3 Holly channels. On a typical trading day, she'll do anywhere between 10 and 25 trades. Just depends on the type of market we have that day. And it depends on how many stocks set up according to the algorithm's parameters. We never know ahead of time what stocks are going to trade or how much it's going to trade. We never know. We get that question a lot, but nope, we don't know. Whatever stock sets up intraday, the AI will get into it. Now, the other question you might have is, what are these 3 different AI channels? Right? I've got Holly AI, you see here in my channel bar, Holly 2.0, and Holly Neo. Ignore Omni AI for a second. Let's just focus on these top 3. Essentially what these are is Holly AI was our original channel, right? That was the first one we launched back in 2017, January 2017. It's the flagship, so to speak. Holly 2.0 basically is just a more volatile version of the original Holly AI. You can expect a more volatile return stream, both on the upside and the downside. So depending on your temperament, perhaps Holly 2.0 makes more sense to you. Holly Neo is a little bit different. Holly Neo, remember how I said here in this Holly AI, you see these 5 strategies that are active today? All these strategies were served up by the AI as having the best statistical chance of making money today. Well, these strategies will change every day. Tomorrow you can come back and it might be 7 or 8 different strategies, right? It might not just be 5, it might be 10 strategies, right? It's different every day. But the Neo channel is a little bit different. A Neo channel will always have the same 4 strategies: the pullback long, the breakout long, the breakdown short, and the pullback short. I'm not saying it's neither better than worse or worse than the others. It's just that's what it is. This particular Neo AI channel just does these same 4 strategies. Now, a little inside baseball. The guys here to work your trade ideas at Auto Trade Holly or to Trade Holly, they prefer the Neo channel. It can be more volatile, but if you can stomach the volatility, you're likely to perform better with the Holly Neo. So as Siri, if your broker doesn't handle the shorts, so if Holly puts on a short trade and your broker can't locate that stock for you, it's hard to borrow, then the order will just be rejected. You just won't get into the trade. Unfortunately, that sucks, but nothing we can do on that. If your broker won't allow you to trade it, the order will just be rejected. That's it. Well, folks, we've reached the top of the hour here. I'm going to pass this back to Barry. We're just making sure Barry's around. Are you ready? It's been a pleasure. I hope I got all your questions answered. Okay, Barry's going to start streaming in just a sec. All right, folks, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm passing you back to Barry now. Have a great trading day, and we'll see you again next week. And tune in tomorrow. You catch Steve Gomez at the same time, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Trading well, everybody.
In this FLGT, it looks like it wants to break down. FLGT, this could be pretty dynamic also. Underneath 100 now. All right, Ija, I always like to go to you. Can you hear me in the YouTube room now? Is Sean? I think Sean is gone. He was telling me he was exiting. You don't need to go there. It's just you're in the main trading room. Okay, what happens is between 12 and 12:30, I take a break, so you can head over to the YouTube room. It's a little more of a Q&A, but then I take over again at 1 o'clock. So you don't have to be in both rooms. Just one of the other traders takes over while I'm on a break. That's all. Okay, you can hear me. Great. Thank you very much, Ija. Okay, guys, so it is 1:01. I am going to do a video now, and it shouldn't be too long. I guess you're going to know what my focus is going to be. So let me just get the announcement in first. I mean, this is not maybe as exciting as GME, but TDS, guys. Look at the void. Look left at that void. Okay, we've got, I'm not saying it's going to get to 24, but it has room on the weekly chart, TDS. So let me just get the announcement in, and then I can do my video and then come right back into the room. Now I'm going to say 125, but I actually should be no more than 120. Probably earlier, just in case I have some technical issues, that's all. And again, if you do want to sign up for the videos, it's all free, of course. Yeah, Siri, but we do not recommend that at all. We do not recommend just letting it go run in a remote fashion, okay, without any user like watching, okay? We don't recommend it at all. It's that simple. I'll have to say, yes, just turn on the AI and let it run. We don't recommend that at all. Okay, and again, if you want to follow, click on my homepage and you'll be brought here, and this is the recap video that I'm talking about. All right, guys, I will put myself on mute. Okay, guys, and now YouTube. So sorry about that. I don't know. I'm not sure why the screen stopped presenting, but it did. Anyway, we should be back to normal now, both rooms. Yeah, a flight to safety, if we call it, the Dow stock safety. But you have to figure at some point, these funds or somebody is going to take a look at like an Apple. If it gets closer and closer to that 100, I mean, how can people not be wanting to buy Apple? I mean, the difference. I mean, look, some of these other stocks, they make no money. You're betting on futures. Obviously, Apple makes a ton of money, but it's caught up. OPGN, let's see, 397. Oh, on the way down. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's unfortunate that Apple is getting, lumped into with the rest of them. I mean, throws off obviously an amazing amount of money. So most of these other high growth stocks have almost well, they might have some revenue, but they're certainly not making money, and it's all based on futures, and yeah, and look, lots of people talking about the threat of inflation, etc. Yes. Okay, well, yeah, the SPY is still, it's been probably the strongest day we've had with the SPY in the last little while. We had the pop up, little worry right there, that second 15-minute candle. But after that, we've been just kind of hanging tough all day, as opposed to Friday, where, it looked really bad, and then we had a nice rally towards the end of the day. Here we've been up most of the day. So, Asiri, Fernando, did you hear my answer to you? You asked just before I went on, I was doing my video regarding, the question was, can I just turn the AI on and, at 9, well, first of all, at 9 o'clock, there are no alerts until at least 9:35, and just let it run all day? Of course you can, but we don't recommend it. We definitely don't recommend it. We really think some human interaction is almost mandatory. We do not recommend just letting it run in auto mode. GLSI. You guys are talking about GLSI. Let's see what happened. Wow, no kidding. It's not going to show up here because I do have that $20 max in here. But wow, yeah, look at GLSI. This almost looks like it was a buyout here. I mean, it did nothing for weeks. I mean, I do remember this one. It was insane, getting up to one day, and then reality sets in. That's right. Now I remember. It's some kind of a wonder drug for a while. Yeah, I mean, that's the only way these things can move like they do. We have that 1.5 million in the float. I mean, that's from our data provider. I mean, it may not, it's hard. Sometimes it's very difficult to get true floats of some of these ones. But whatever it is, it's going to be pretty low. What do I think of eyes? Well, I mean, it is resting now, but it's definitely in a bit of a downtrend. It's definitely in a bit of a downtrend. That was an exciting 2 minutes, I think, really, right here, but it could not hold. I was actually thinking that, it could keep moving and take out that high, but right now it's, it could go either way. It's not going to stay at 1091. Could go either way. It's not shortable for me, so I'm not even looking to short it. But I'd be, to me, it would have to take out probably around 11.55 for it to get it really rolling again on volume. Well, I mean, I saw at 6 o'clock this morning, hires industry expert Dr. J. Thompson to manage phase 3 clinical trial. But I mean, that was early. I mean, that was at 6 o'clock Eastern time. So before the market opened, had no impact. That's the only news I see on it. Unless people are really starting to digest this news and thinking it's going to be really great. I don't know. Other than that, there's the news. But that was at 6 this morning. Boy, this FLGT looks weak. It's starting to weaken even more. FLGT. Only bring this up because people ask me, do I only look at really, really cheap stocks? And I mean, that's sort of a personal preference, but it's not like I don't see the other things happening. So this FLGT, I mean, look what could happen. I mean, in the pre-market, nice base here around 90. So we're at 99 right here. Crazy low float for a $100 stock. Well, TDS is taking its time, but it's still looking interesting, guys. I think it still has a shot here. I am in this one, but it's taking its time. I just, I'm loving it because of the potential void fill on that weekly chart. You can see that the highs, the last 2 months, it's just a little bit above the highs of the last 2 months, 2104 and 2103. So it's taking out the highs right there. So all you do is you start looking left to see where the next highs are. 2349. So I mean, if it wants to, it can start to fill in this area. Okay, guys, FLGT. I mean, this is now starting to really get underneath that 100 mark. Yeah, it's halted, and let's see, 45.65, 45.65. That's what I see on the open. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt. No, no. It's all it is, Gypsy. All it is just looking at a abnormal option activity. It doesn't look at strike prices, nothing like that. It doesn't dive into the option itself. Okay, so not with trade ideas anyway. You have to be a subscriber? Yes, Ryzen, you have to be a subscriber. We do sell the software, okay? Ajay, you can hear me now, right? I want to make sure. I know I had an issue with the screen before. I haven't seen any postings from our YouTube room last little while. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. All right, GLSI just resumed. No big pop. Okay, so Ryzen, I mean, I'm sharing all these scans. I mean, I'm sharing this screen right here. Okay, it is it's a layout that I created that I'm sharing, and then many, many, many other scans that I'm sharing. Maybe something going on with that. Let me just test. Was it an IPO? I don't think so. I think this was a name change. The reason I say that is that it looks too cheap for an IPO. I think this probably had a name change, so it looks like it started here trading as GLSI, but I doubt if it was an IPO. All right. Well, let me take a trade and let's see if I can do it. Okay, so I'm going to take this trade, ICPT. I'm going to buy it. So I'm in at 21.13. I'm going to put a stop at 21 and see if I can move it. Okay, there is my stop line. So let's see if I can grab it and move it. Okay, so I could grab it and move it. So not sure what's happening with you, Wonder. You know, I'm just grabbing and I'm putting wherever I want. So I'm not sure what's happening with you. I don't know how to help you. I mean, I'm on a development version, but that shouldn't really matter. I mean, this has been, been able to do this forever. Just grabbing it and moving it anywhere I want. So I'm not sure. I'm going to flatten out of this trade. I'm not sure what's going on. Well, I mean, it's obviously already broken out today, but if you look left, OPGN 438 is the next high looking left. What did I get it to today? Got a little over 4. That might stall it. But big volume. Big volume. I mean, I don't think, I wonder if guys can hear me in YouTube. Okay, look at some volume coming into LOTZ. LOTZ, guys. LOTZ. Take a look at the volume that's just coming in. Look at this volume right here. And this got up in the pre-market, got up to 840, 850 or so. Pulled all the way back. Oh, okay, you can hear me. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Look at the volume, though. Out of nowhere for LOTZ. Wow, I saw this one earlier. This is a gap down and reverse, GRFS. I wasn't sure if it would keep going, and boy, did it ever. I mean, 15 was the low here. This is a gap down and reverse. You can see right here, gap down and reverse. This is this multi-strategy window with 4 strategies in it. Just to give you an idea what it's looking at. So it has the 4 strategies in here. These are just alert windows. That's what a multi-strategy window is. It's just you can take a lot of alert windows, as many as you want, really. Put them all in one multi-strategy window. Typically, people do that if they have a lack of screen space, okay? So you don't have to have separate alert windows. You can put them all in one. Or what I do, I don't have a problem with screen space, but I like to sometimes combine similar alerts looking for the same thing. So these are the 4 strategies, the gap up and go. So what that means is that stock gapped up, and if you just one moment, please. Okay, so the gap up and go is just what it says. It gapped up. So that's the gap is the first print of the day. I believe it has to be. I think my my alerts or my filters are at least a 4% gap. So that's the first print of the day, and then of course that first print is based on the previous day's close. So gap up and go. It gapped. So a stock gapped up and it kept going higher. Gap down and reverse. Stock gap down at least 4% and then reverse like this one. Gap up and reverse. So the stock gapped up and then it reversed, and then the gap down and go, and then it gapped down and kept going down. So these are mirror images, gap down and go and gap up and go. One is going higher, one's going lower, and then these are just reversals. You know, a stock that gapped down, reversed and starts moving higher. Gap up and reverse, stock moved high, gapped up, and then it started to reverse down. So that's what this is looking for. And it's one of the ones that I'm sharing. Yeah, so in that regard, I can't give you any advice, okay, in terms of selling. You know, I'm not as the disclaimer says, I'm not a financial advisor. And the reason I don't want to say things like that, because if I say, yeah, I think you should sell right now, and then all of a sudden it pops $10 in a second, you know, so. Yeah, I don't, I really, look, I sort of laid it out, what I thought. You're talking about the OCGN, right? Sorry, OPGN. All I'm doing is I'm looking, you know, there's the high of the day. If it gets back over 4, maybe it has a shot to maybe take a look at this area here. But at this point, I mean, obviously there's a pretty decent sell-off. To me, this would have to hold this 315. If it broke down through that, it could be over for the day. So Razak, all my gap up and gap down, my minimum is 4%. Okay, that is consistent in all of them. So unless the stock is gapped up or down 4%, I won't see anything in this in these windows. Now, you guys, of course, are absolutely welcome to make changes. Guys, FLGT, I've been talking about it. Continues its descent. And it doesn't look good for eyes now, guys. Looks like it's going to, I mean, this is not, you see patterns like this on the daily chart, assuming this holds, this big topping tail, it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. Because, what this means is, remember, at one point the stock was up here, but the sellers sold off and drove it down here. The same thing they've done here. At one point the stock was up here, but the sellers have got a hold of it. And, I mean, it's only 1:34, so still has 2.5 hours before the market closes. But, you see these big topping tails on the daily. It doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. I don't have a max, Razak, generally. I don't have a max. I don't think of it like that. Because the thing is that you're talking about a gap up, and for instance, a gap up and reverse. I don't care if it's gapped up 100% or 300%. I mean, obviously then the reverse could be huge. And we've seen too many times. I mean, I know a lot of people say, how can you take a stock that's up 10% already or 20% already? Because at the end of the day, it's up 50 or 60% maybe. So no, I don't have a max. I don't have a max. Now, if you want to put a max on, you can go ahead. But I don't have a max. No, that's not true. It's not a matter of chasing. The thing is that if it gaps up 20%, maybe it pulls back a little and then it gets back up to that 20%. Maybe it bases a little and then we get an alert and it just flies. So I don't think 20% is bad at all, to be honest. So, but it's up to you. Everybody has a different way of looking at things, and that's just the way I look at things. Look at TDS, guys. I know it's boring but look at it. 2112 on the alert, 2146 now. And why? Look, I mean, this was to be honest, this was the best one, even though other ones maybe performed a little bit better in terms of percentage. But this was the best looking chart from my options plays, because it had the room, had all this room. My guess is that GLSI is not shortable for me anyway. The answer is, no, it is shortable. Interesting. I didn't really look. It is shortable though. But it's halted now, of course. Okay, give me a couple of minutes, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Now, the other thing, Razak, is that when virtually every single alert that I get is making if I'm going long, or is making a new high, okay, or short, a new low. So, yeah, maybe a stock is up 20 or 30 or 40%, but if I look left and I see a ton of room still on the daily, weekly, and monthly, to me that means it could keep going, okay? And I'm not the only person looking at charts like that. So there is that aspect also. Well, guys, FLGT, if anybody listening to me on that 100 break continues, there is a support area maybe down at 90. Well, this is just getting beaten up after that little pop. I'm talking about the VUZI. Had a nice little start to the day, that 15-minute candle, but it is just fading like virtually every tech stock. And we have another halt for GLSI. Now this got halted on the way down. Yeah, another halt on the way down for GLSI. Look at eyes, guys. Look at these topping tails. I mean, that's going to look like that's going to be a brutal looking daily chart if this continues. All right, guys, Rave, little pop here for Rave. Some volume coming in, a little bit of volume coming in. Sorry, right there. Actually, a lot of volume. 877,000 so far. A little less than 3 minutes for this to close. This could turn into the biggest bar of the day. And look at the volume compared. So a lot of volume coming in for Rave. I think there's a lot of resistance though for this one. Right in this area here, but it might be just getting going. Yeah, Doc, or Demetrius, you might be right. I mean, I'm looking here. There's a red bar forming on the SPY. Qs are just getting beaten up again. We had a little respite for them on Friday, but does not look that good. Where did I see this one? I saw somebody talk, not in this room. I saw a reference to this BCTX somewhere. This is another one. It's not an IPO. This is one of these ones that just started trading, I guess, last week as BCTX. Changed the symbol. Looks like a fresh start. Hasn't helped so far. Is the room closed? No. Why would you say that? Did you guys not hear me? Okay. Yeah, okay. I don't know why Zach asked if the room was closed. Well, yeah, we're starting to see some gap up and reversals. So look at the skills is continuing down. SKL, and look at net element, NETE, big flyer pre-market 1231, now down to 983. Well, there's some gap up and reverse now is starting to work okay. Late, I mean, some of these are a bit late. This is very choppy here, but if the market continues doing this, I'm going to stick an alert right around here, around 385 on the SPY and the 15-minute chart. Little bit of support there, maybe. If it takes that out, look out below. Yeah, so stock market, that's the name of somebody in our YouTube room. If you click on my homepage link, just a minute, forget that one. Can you see that link? I just posted it underneath. Okay, well you should be able to see that. So where it says my homepage. So if you click on my homepage, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So you click on the homepage. This is what you'll see right here. And one of the sections is my scan section. If you click here, and right at the top, my layout. Okay, and the layout is what you see on this screen. That is what I'm sharing. A lot of other scans though in here. You can pick and choose, so you can have my layout. You want to add maybe the moving higher with unusual strong options, you can do that. Yeah, this is the sort of thing that drives you crazy. You look at LOTZ, remember I just saying, look at the pop on volume, and nothing, fizzles out. So even though you had volume, didn't matter. And let's see, GLSI. GLSI is resumed on the way down. Gotta be awfully careful though. 1.5 million in the float. Doing anything with this, be it short or going long. No, you can't. Jonas, you can't. It's all or nothing, unfortunately. Okay? All or nothing. Well, this is starting to pick up steam. Look at XPEV now, guys. The earnings play at one point. It was way up here at 30, well, way up at $30. Looked pretty good. Market opened and it's just starting to slide. Let's see, last Friday's low was down here, 25, so it has room. No news. It's just one of those Wall Street bets. Yeah, one of the Wall Street bets stocks. You know, look what it did. That day that they all went crazy. I mean, my guess is that there's a little rotation within, you know, that group of stocks. You know, obviously GME is the most expensive one. So when it looks like it's run its course for a while, I don't know, maybe people take some money out and try to put it in these smaller ones. No, how ugly is this one? This SLGG. Last week I got up to almost, well, $9. This was actually on Thursday, I guess. Yeah, Thursday it got up here. Friday the slide. Today continuing at the, looks like this is the low of Wednesday. So, I mean, there's really nothing holding this up now. So the buzz stocks, you know, guys, okay, ominous right there. Ominous, there's that SPY. First of all, I think the market cap for the buzz stocks, no, we don't do it, okay? These buzz stocks are, well, these buzz stocks are it's a new ETF, and they're, first of all, I think the number, not the number one, but I mean, I think they have to have at least $1 billion market cap. And after that, it's based on social mentions, activity, okay? So it's looking at all different sorts social media sites. And that's why, so the buzz. So there's nothing, no, I believe that it'll be updated once a month. And of course, we will do that. If you really want to know more about it, just look up Dave Portnoy, okay? It just started trading, I think, on Thursday. Yeah, there it is, Thursday. So, you know, I mean, with the market not being, I mean, it's interesting. There's probably, you know, it's 75 large cap stocks, number one. So some of them are obviously going to be tech stocks. But the buzz, what'll happen is they get rebalanced at the beginning of each month, and you'll see some stocks coming out and others being put in. and then let it run for a month. SPACs are just kidding. Yeah, I mean, SPACs are dead. Just type in Buzz. I'm not sure. Okay, type in Buzz, Buzz website or something like that. I'm not sure. Oh, which sites? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, Twitter. I don't know. Reddit. You know, all these sorts of different social media type sites. Well, okay. I don't. Okay, we have a new channel called Buzz, right? So I'm not sure I know what you mean. So we have a channel called Buzz, the social sentiment. Okay, it's right here. There's your channel for Buzz. We didn't develop it. Understand, we did not develop this. All we're doing is we're just taking the Buzz stocks and we put them in and we create a little channel. And so it's a Buzz symbol list that is attached to the probably the top list and the alert windows that you're seeing. But we did not create the stocks. Okay. No, that's what I'm saying. You can't. It's all sorts of different social media. You're never going to be able to see. You're not going to be able to see all of the social media sites that it's looking at. All you have to do though is right click on the say the top list window. Right click on the top list window and click on configure and then summary, and you'll see the filters that we're using. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with us in terms of the aggregation of all this of the social media. We're just taking the idea of this new Buzz ETF. We know what the symbols are. We put them in. We attach them to a top list window, an alert window. Probably have some little filters on each one, and that's it. But as far as knowing exactly, you know, from where they're all coming from, that's, you know, I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a website out there that'll show you exactly where they're all coming from. Yeah, it comes exactly. It's just if you right click and configure on one of them and click on symbol list, you'll see Buzz. No, not on this one, but you'll see Buzz checked. No, well, I don't know how they're doing it. It's not really, it's not really up to us. I don't know how they're, you know, getting all this information. All I know is that they're looking at all sorts of different social media sites, finding out what has the buzz. All right, guys. Well, we've had a pretty significant drop now with GME. Let's see where it goes. Let's see if this holds. This 150 mark holds. All right, guys. Just give me a moment here, okay? I just want to change my headset. All right. So gap up and reverse. Gap up and reverse should start to work pretty well right now with the market doing what it's doing. I mean, many stocks are going to just mirror what the market is doing right now. Ooh, there's a big word. Bifurcation. I like it. Yale. I haven't seen Yale. Oh yeah, look at Yale. Yellow Corporation. Is this a so must be a symbol name change. I refuse to believe it's an IPO. Yeah, Rave is actually very interesting. Wonder why it's moving like this. It's a nice move for Rave though. It's not an earnings play. All right, guys, what time is it right now? 2 o'clock. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Ah, thank you, Cam. Okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. Okay. Not an auto mode, Jonas. Okay, there's no partial. It's all or nothing. Not an auto mode, but I mean, there's obviously if you were in an AI, you're when you talk about partial profit taking. Okay, just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. Now, there's no partial profit taking, but you're obviously, John is talking about in auto mode. Okay, so if you're in auto mode and then you're in a trade, you can always get out of half your trade, or get out of right here. But if you're in auto mode and you want to let it run completely in auto mode, there's no partial profit taking. It's all or nothing. But we don't recommend it. I'm not picking on you specifically, but I don't know how many times I really have to emphasize, we do not recommend auto trading the AI. It enters, okay. There are algorithms that will kick in. There is an entry, but some of these strategies, and I don't know, I can't tell you which ones, but some of the strategies have hold times. Some of the strategies may have a 60-minute hold time, a 45-minute hold time. Most of them seem to be almost, in theory, if they're still working well, towards the end of the day. But then what happens is, also, there is a target if you want to follow it to the T. And there's a stop. I mean, the one thing, the stop is absolutely, it hits the stop, it's out of the trade, okay? But there are other things that can happen too. Let's just say, let's take a look at one of them. No, I can't find a good one. But imagine if a stock, let's just say, for argument's sake, maybe let's just say that ICPT was an AI. Let's get a better one. TDS, okay? TDS is let's just say that TDS is a trade, and the stop is way down here. It watches what happens, but all of a sudden it starts to drop, okay? But the stop is way down here. It might enter, an algorithm might kick in that is going to take you out of the trade in auto mode, okay? Because it's looking at a profit saves. Not unlike what maybe you and I would do if we were really in a trade like this, watching and you're all happy and it's up, then all of a sudden it starts to drop. Well, you probably either take some profit or get out of the trade or whatever. Even though so you're still made money, you're not waiting for the stop to hit. Okay? So that's an algorithm that kicks in. Another one that kicks in is, imagine if the AI got into this trade and it immediately started working down and you're actually in a negative position, but the stop is way underneath. It may not wait to hit the stop. It may say, you know what? The trade is not working well. We're going to get out now, even before the stop. We'll take a smaller loss than waiting for the stop. That's another algorithm that can kick in. This is turning into, it had the big pullback here, but still above the trigger price, way above the trigger price, 21.12. So this is turning into a really nice little trade, this TDS. Well, listen, in auto mode, in theory, it won't miss it. But if you're talking about something that gaps down extremely quickly, in real life, it may blow right through that stop. You can't help that. You may not get out even if you put a manual stop in, like a hard stop in, and you're in at 500 shares or something, and it's approaching your stop, then all of a sudden, a huge candle comes out and blows right through it. You may not get out all of 500. Okay? You may not get, but you can't help that. I can't recall that happening not for most of the things that we do, but it can happen. I mean, that's just in real life. That's got nothing to do with the AI, really. That can happen, at any time. You put a stop in, and if for whatever reason the stock is really moving quickly, it can blow right through your stop. Nothing you can do about it. How do you chart trade a series? Okay, so I don't know if you've watched this video, but it shows you exactly how to trade off the chart. Okay, in a nutshell, you have to take one of your strategies, one of your own strategies that you create, and you assign it. Like you have to, and again, you have to watch that video. It's going to show you, how to, you have to create your trading strategy, your entry time, your order details, risk management, hold time, and all that. You fill all that in. Okay. I can't tell you how to do it because it's going to be your strategy, and then you assign one of them that you want long. If I right click and I say set as default, well, this is a short strategy, as a short strategy, okay? So every time I click on sell, on sell, this strategy would kick in. Okay, if it's a long strategy, right click, set as default chart long strategy. So if I wanted to go long, click on that buy button, it's going to follow that strategy that you have to designate one of the strategies that you have created as a buy, and if you want, one as a sell, and that's how it'll trade it. Okay? Yeah, I'm using 300% now. Yes, Joseph. And this is turning into just a super little trade, TDS. What was this? Let me just see. I mean, option volume today is, when I first saw it, yeah, so even the first time we saw it was at 400. That's the first time we saw it. That's what DR means, don't repeat. So that's the very, very first time we saw it. So it was still pretty, even if you'd left it at 500, you probably would have seen it around 2120. In fact, I probably could see. Where did it hit 500? Yeah, 2121. So you would have seen it at 2121 anyway, even if you left it at 500%. Still not terrible, obviously. So the ones that, yeah, so I think the question was, I don't look at this ever, but let's just take a look. So these are the strategies that made the cut today, okay? And so when they were optimized, this was at 62% win rate, profit factor of 2.1. I think this is what you're talking about. Now, expects, this is how it was optimized, and these are why these ones made the cut. Typically at least a 60% win percentage and a profit factor of at least 2. You can see right there's one a little under, okay? But that's typically why a strategy makes the cut. I personally don't care. All I care about is sorting on this column right there, the aggressive profit percentage column, and use it as a watch list all day long. Nothing is really triggering for me because I really just like stocks that are under 20 from the AI. That's just a personal preference. And there's really only one. I have a lot going on. I can't devote my entire time to just watching the AI. But if you have the premium service, I mean, you can certainly probably pay a lot more attention to it than I do. How do you get rid of repeat alerts? So this is what I do. I take my alert window, I duplicate it. Okay, so it's duplicated because I do want to see this window. Okay, I do want to see them. I do want to see the alerts over and over again, hammering home the point to me that this is a good trade. And then right click, properties, don't repeat. So right click, properties, don't repeat, and then this is a drop down menu. You can pick the time frame. And so what I've done for all these ones is for a day. So I'll only see it the very first time it alerts. I give it another name so I know it's the don't repeat version. Well, the AI won't start trading till at least 9:35 at Siri. That's the earliest. That's the earliest alert that you'll get from the AI. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:35, but that is the earliest. That's a beauty, guys. I mean, look at this straight up on the 2-minute chart. Straight up. Little pause here in the 15 for TDS. A little pullback here in the 5, but nothing major. Just straight up. So, Greg, are you talking about 3 green bars in 1 minute? We don't have like 30-second candles. We have so the lowest we've got is 1 minute. If that's what. Okay, 3 minutes. Yeah, you can do that. We have a consecutive. If you right-click on an alert window or a topless window, depending how you're going to use it, and then configure, then search, just type in consecutive. Okay, and here are the time frames. So we have 1 minute, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and of course a day. Okay? So if you want a minimum of 3 1-minute candles up, you would just put 3 there. If you want them down, you put minus, a minus number. Okay? You're welcome. All right, guys. So yeah, IS just continues down. Boy, this. I mean, it's still up 50%, 58%. So I mean, it's still up a lot. But boy, oh boy, that is a big time sell-off. That's a big sell-off. Yeah, there is two. I mean, one is called, I mean, the old one. Well, you can still use it. The option play magic, and then there's this one, moving higher with unusually strong options. What I did was I took within option plays magic, the gap up and go, and I basically split it out, took it out, added some more filters, like a higher minimum contract, number of contracts. Okay, and that's all I did to it. So I had this one on its own. I don't use the option play magic anymore. I just use this one. That's it. But I'm not saying don't use the other one. I think people still do use it, but that's why I put them all in there. All right. I mean, you can pick and choose which ones you might like to take a look at. I think you're talking about this. Let me make sure. Yeah, option play magic. So this has 4 strategies in it, or 4 or 5 or 6, I can't remember. And I just took out one of them and turned it into this one. Yeah, so TDS came from, so a series TDS came from my moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? And it's one of the ones I'm sharing. And if you go to my homepage, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If you go to our homepage, go to our homepage and go to the scan section, and it's called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. Well, if you're looking at channels and stuff, I mean, eventually it'll turn into a short. I mean, can't keep going. I mean, it already sort of topped out there for a while, but whether that's the supreme top, I don't know. Okay, so it's called text to voice, Greg, only in the alert windows, okay? So right click, configure, right click, properties, actions. And then set up the sound, check the play sound, set up the sound, and then one of the options up here, text to speech, that's what you're looking for. And then just say okay, and then that. Remember, you can only do one. You can only do one alert window like that. I mean, you could do all of them, but then you never know which one to look at. Well, think about it. If I had every alert window had text to speech, and I hear a symbol, how do I know which window to look at? That's the whole idea of our sound alerts. You put a unique sound alert on each window. So when you hear it, eventually you know exactly which window to look at. Yeah, it is definitely reality is hitting. Like, I'm pulling for this company. If you see what they're trying to do, I mean, a valiant effort for sure. Well, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts now. Yeah, the market, looked like it was going to start to really fall, but maybe not. And the other one is starting to come back now too. GME, is it going to surprise anybody with a late day surge? And then who knows what's going to happen after hours? For this stock, that's a great little base on the 2-minute chart for it to pop out of. And that's GME. Wow, there's no quit in this TDS, guys. None. Look. I mean, look at the room it still has. So let's do a little recap of what happened in this window here. So NLOC 2117. It's right back to where it to the alert. It got up to 2176. MBI 909. It got up to 1009, $1. This is the one that did not move at all. Comms. Well, it moved a little bit, but nothing fantastic. JAGX, which I don't like, but let's see, what did it do? Got up to 249 from 234, nothing fantastic. And then, of course, the TDS 2112, 2177 now. So it's a good little window, guys. Yeah, a ton of volume coming into EXPR. A ton of volume. Look at this. Look at this, 12 million shares. Wow. And yeah, I mean, taking what's the high right there? 397. So it's right at the high there. Takes that out. Look out. Kind of like it just did. It just took that high out right there. Well, you can tell this is going to trade the float today. 44 million have traded, 60 million in the float. So another, 15 million or so, 15 and a half, 16 million. And that'll trade the float. No, we don't have Forex channels. We're just stocks only. No futures, no Forex. Well, that was a little area to take out, guys, for GME right here. And again, it's above. I think it'd be obviously pretty darn bullish if it can. I don't think it's going to have a problem, but I'm not predicting. But 184.68, that level right there, holding over that for today at least. AMC really isn't doing anything. Would have thought it would do a little bit better, considering what GME is doing, but it's just not. And I don't even want to look at BlackBerry. What's BlackBerry doing? Yeah, nothing. Well, it's up 5%, but really nothing. All right, guys, I'm just going to check a few emails right now. I'm going to put myself on mute just for a bit, check some emails. All right, back. U.S. and Canada, Siri. Okay, U.S. and Canada. Question was, what stock exchanges do we cover? U.S. and Canada. All right, guys. Well, this is really slowing down for me here. So, ask questions if you want. Keep me a little interested here. I will be shutting the room down at 3 p.m. The gap is kind of interesting. Retail, obviously, had earnings on Friday. A bit of a sell-off, but nice little continuation of earnings on Friday. Probably coming into resistance around 31.50 or so. Well, I thought you were yelling at me, Ija. Yeah, so again, I'm kidding you a little bit because yeah, I did see this one a little earlier. Yeah, nice run even out of this base right here, 666, a nice little run. Yeah, so rubber there isn't. It's a little controversial, yes. It waits for a volume confirmation. Here's what I would do: complain. There's no way to fine tune it, okay? But it's been talked about quite a while now. Just say, I don't want the volume confirmation for the VWAP. That's basically what you want to say, okay? Coming from you, more important, more powerful than coming from me. They know my thoughts on it. But the more customers that complain, maybe they'll do something. Yeah, no, I agree. Same with the SMA crosses that we've got. They require, at least with the SMA crosses, if you were looking for a cross and say on a 5 minute time frame, you could probably do an SMA cross on the 2 minute, and it'll be really close. Even though because the 2 minutes going to wait for volume confirmation, when you see it, it might really be close to the 5 minute cross. So, but with the VWAP, there's nothing like that. So, try it. Or try it. Try it or send an email. Stomp up and down. What is simulator trading? Okay, so a Siri, you need our app, our application. Okay, you can't be using the web-based version. So if you're using the app, you'll see Brokerage Plus as an option in our toolbar. One of them is Sim. You just click on Sim, and now you can start simulation trading. What it is paper trading. It's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. So you click on an alert. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at, and if you're gonna go long, you buy it, and it's really that simple. Then you can manage the trades. Once it's in this window, you can get out by flattening. You can get out a half your trade or double your trade, or you can pick a share size. But yes, definitely practice using the simulator. And again, it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. So all you have to do is just click on that little sim, and that's it. Then you're in simulation mode. So what you see here, I was showing people, we were, somebody saying they were having a problem dragging lines and things like that. So I was just taking some trades just to show that I could do it. I don't know why it is not taking these. Give me a moment here. What the heck? Guys, I'm sorry. I'm just trying something out here. Get rid of that. Okay, sends, S-E-N-S. What about sends? Let's take a look at sends. Yeah, not too exciting today. I mean, a lot of volume. Don't get me wrong, a lot of volume, but it's not trading anything abnormally. It's not even trading normal, what we call normal, 0.79. Pretty big float, 89 million. I really can't comment on it anymore. I mean, it's in a downtrend, so RBI and GBI, it is one of those. I don't use it because I don't think it has enough filters, but let me just bring one up. So what's the market doing right now? Let's go a red bar ignored on the 5. So it's a pattern, okay? And here you'd need four 5-minute candles in a row, and then you'd have one red candle, which is totally engulfed by the previous green candle. This is not an example, obviously. And then the next candle, so you have 4 green candles. The 5th candle is red, totally engulfed by the 4th green candle. And then the next candle after that is green. So the theory being this: you have an uptrend, 4-candle uptrend. You have a pause with that red candle, and then a continuation with the green candle. That's what we call a red bar ignored. Okay. How do you use it will be up to you. I mean, I just don't find there are enough filters. But you can put a minimum price, max, minimum volume, okay, things like that. But I don't think it's used that much. And then this is one of them that actually gives the real-time alert. No volume confirmation whatsoever. But if you're not used, I mean, what you should do is do a search on red bar ignored, green bar ignored. Okay, get maybe a more detailed. I'm just waiting to see one when we get one coming in here, and then I'll be able to show you exactly what it looks like. Personally, I don't. No, I don't do any back testing at all. I don't have time. The back testing, obviously the AI is back tested. I just don't have time to. It is very time consuming to take a strategy and and then back test it, try to optimize it over and over and over again. And I'll be honest. I mean, once I shut the room down, the last thing I want to do is spend a couple hours trying to backtest a strategy. So I just don't do it anymore. I'm very willing, I mean, this is not backtested or anything like that. But in an alert window like this, if I backtested this, it may turn out to be terrible in a backtest, but I don't care. I want to see the alerts. Then I make up my mind, how I want to trade them if I do want to trade them. So that's why I just don't backtest anymore. But hey, listen, some of you out there are, really into that stuff. Very few of our customers backtest. Yeah, we can't do it quite like that. Okay, Greg. There's not a volume. We can't refer to previous volume bars. Okay. I mean, the best we can do, are things like, volume in the last 1 minute. This is what I'm using for the volume momentum scans. The volume in the last minute is 1,000 times normal. 5 minutes, 500 times normal. But it's not comparing absolutely the previous 1 minute candle. It's looking at a series of 1 minute candles, a series of 5 minute candles. So we cannot refer. the one thing that we don't do is being able to refer to like previous candle highs and lows or volumes, okay? There are no option spread scanners, no. No. It's all it's doing, you know, with those options scanners that you see and the ones that I've created, it's just showing stocks with abnormal option activity. If that helps you trade the option, the actual option itself, great. You too, Lily. We'll see you tomorrow. Boy, a complete lack of alerts in the last hour or so. Yeah, so Siri, looks like I'm not even going to get an alert here, so I'm just going to. But you understand, okay, this could have been an example. Okay, if you look at this, okay, not quite. Look at N-lock. 1, 2, 3, 4. We had actually 5. So the minimum of 5 green candles in a row. Okay. Now, again, imagine if this red candle here was totally engulfed by that previous green candle. You know, like the high and the low was was within this candle right there, and then that next candle was green up here. So think of what that might be telling you. Uptrend, a pause on the uptrend, the trend continues. That in theory is what a red bar, okay? A red bar ignored. And green bar ignored is just the reverse. You've got a bunch of red candles, a green candle engulfed by the previous red candle, and then another red candle afterwards. So in other words, a pause in the downtrend, and then the downtrend continues. Hey, don't worry about being a newbie, okay? We all started out new. So the question was how to move all the windows at once. Okay, so you can't, but I think I can give you a kind of what I'll call a fix. So Ali, do you have, typically why people want to be able to do that is they might have multiple monitors. Okay, so I have 3 monitors. So what you do is this, you take your toolbar, take the toolbar, and put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you want to designate as your main monitor. Put all your Trade Ideas windows exactly as you want them on your main monitor. And then on your other monitors, you know, I've got other Trade Ideas windows on other monitors. I put them exactly where I want them on my other monitors. Once I've done that, I'll go to my toolbar and click on Tools, Options, and then Layouts. Okay, so again, arrange all of your Trade Ideas windows exactly where you want them on all your monitors. Okay, and then Tools, Options, Layouts. And you see where it says Loading Layouts? You see where it says Open relative to main window? If you check that and then Save, okay, I'm not going to do it. I've done that already. So, and then don't forget to save your work. So the system Trade Ideas knows that you in fact want to save that. So when you save your work, exit Trade Ideas, it'll ask you, do you want to save? Say yes. When you enter Trade Ideas again, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay? You'll have to look it up, JB. Yeah, NFTs. You'll have to look it up. I've been reading about it a little bit, but I mean, I can't do it justice. I know I know Twitter is all over it, but I can't do it justice. No, I'm glad to hear that, Ethan. Yeah, I mean, you can make this platform as hard as you want or as easy as you want. You know, my analogy is always going to be Word, MS Word. I mean, look at the manual you'll get with MS Word, right? I mean, But most people, probably all they care about is, okay, how do I type a document? How do I save it? Maybe can I change the font or the style? And how do I print it? Okay, I mean, for most people, that's all they're ever going to use Word for. But there are a lot of different things you can do. For most people, we've got all these different alerts, all these filters. You don't have to learn them all. You may have a certain style of trading that I'm convinced that for the most part, with the alerts that we've constructed, so you don't have to learn a programming language, and the filters that we have, you can combine them in a way that gives you a look that you want to see. Well, yeah, I mean, TradeStation has a programming. I had TradeStation like a long time ago. I mean, TradeStation has its own programming language. Yeah, I mean, if you want to really dive into something like that, I mean, I know obviously there are people that do. eSignal is the same thing. It has a programming language. We just went a completely different route, and are we going to satisfy everybody? Of course not. But, the vast majority of our customers, they're not going to want to spend the time to try to learn a programming language. Ali, yes, this is a daily thing. This is a daily thing. A daily thing. I'm assuming you're talking about the trading room being like this? Yes. The room is open between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So Siri, there's really no way to scan for a predictive move. I think, the question was, can we predict when something is going to move up or down? I mean, look, if something has got a lot of volume and it starts to rest a bit, you can thumbnail the chart and, keep an eye on it or put a price alert above. Like something like NLOC as an example. I mean, 9 million shares. It's, that's a lot. I mean, it's a big float. I mean, that's maybe a bad example. But, something like this where it moved a lot and then it's come back down and then it's kind of what I call resting. You could put a price alert then, right above it. And if it took it out, that might be a predictive move if you get volume. But you can just kind of forget about it. But you've seen this one, early on in the day. And, what I do a lot of times, I thumbnail some of these charts, some of these stocks that really had big moves. And then I'll just put a price alert. Am I predicting it's going to move through here? No. But if it does, I'll know about it. No, it's wide open. You don't have to be a Trade Ideas. I mean, if you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber and you're in the room, you probably know there is another trading room too. This is what I call the main trading room. YouTube is fine if all you care about is listening to me and seeing my screen. There is a little interaction between other members in terms of traders, but there are more traders in the other room, in the main room, I'll call it. And here's a link for it if you want to come into that room. It's also easier for me to hand out links. It's a little more of a pain in the YouTube room. But they're both free, completely free. Obviously, we use it as a marketing tool. People can come into the room and I wouldn't, Peter, it's not a waste of time. Some people just, if all you want to do is hear me and see my screen, I mean, you don't care about anything else, then it's not a waste of time. Good night, Nimblejack. I don't know where you are, but... All right, guys, we're getting close to the end of the day. So again, I'll entertain questions, of course. I'll always stay later if there are more questions, but otherwise, I will pack it up at 3 o'clock. And it's going to be fascinating to see what GME does after hours, or into the close, really. You too, Mr. Ohio, Sunil. My pleasure, Ali. There's that FLGT, guys, continuing down. I know it had a little pop-up, little pop-up right there, but it continues down here, FLGT. Those of you looking for something a little more expensive, that definitely has, $5. I mean, it could go down to this $5, or not $5 level, $5 underneath where it is now to this 90 level. I'm not saying it's going to, but certainly there's nothing stopping it. Well, the watch list itself is available for download, yes. Just give me a moment here while I give you the link. Not individually, you'd have to download everything, okay? I did not break these out into individual scans, but if you take a look at my homepage, so if you take a look at my homepage link, this is for you in Rothable. In Rothable. When you do that, you'll be brought to this page here, and then right here, my scans. Click here, and right up here, my layout. So you'll get more than just these three windows, okay? Elodie, Video Souvenir, hello. This is the link, Siri, this is the link, okay? Okay, so no, the question is basic subscription 10 chart windows. These are the charts, okay? So with our basic subscription, you can have 10 charts. With our premium, you can have 20 charts. These are the charts. In terms of alert, you can have, in theory, an infinite number of alert windows and top list windows. So when we refer to 10 chart windows, this is what we're talking about. The charts, literally the charts, okay? So not, a total number of alerts, charts, filters. No. Just literally the charts, these charts that you see here. All right, guys, just about it. I don't see any other questions. It's more clear? Okay, yeah. I know we get the question a lot, but yeah, it just charts. I know it sounds like can only have. And the other thing is when it says 500 price alerts, we're not talking about 500 price alerts in these. We're talking about the ability to put a price alert on a chart. So for instance, if I right click, create a price alert, and there's a blue line, okay? So I can have 500 price alerts that I create on charts. Plenty. You should never have probably more than 50 to, you know, it's just laziness if you're even approaching 500. What it means is that you're not going through them all and seeing whether they're relevant or not. Okay? Oh, I don't know. I'm excited to see what it might do. I have no idea what it's going to do. I have no idea. It'll just be super interesting. I mean, listen, I think if it stays above, you know, this is that high right there. If it can stay above that, I don't know. I think that might prove to be a new support area. But you know, listen, that's why it's exciting to see what could happen, one way or the other. Okay. All right, guys. I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. So thank you for all. Oops. No, this is the room, Ethan. There's only. I mean, you're in the right room. I mean, we're sharing ideas all day long here. You know, in the stocks only. We're sharing stock ideas all day long in this area, in this tab here. Okay. All right, everybody. We will do all this again tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Let me just get my announcement correct here. Well, there is that too, Ethan. There's platform guidance, but there are more traders than just me in this room. But I'll talk about setups, all day long also. Potential setups, and some setup might appeal to you, some might not, but it's up to you then to determine whether or not you think, yeah, I see what he's talking about. But it's not just I'm answering all sorts of different types of questions though. Okay, guys, let's get that announcement in right here. Okay, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.